Mr. Clerk, time is 9:03. I'm going to call this Budget Committee meeting to order. Town of Aurora acknowledges that the Anishinaabe lands on which we live and work are the traditional and treaty territory of the Chippewas of Georgina Island, as well as many other nations whose presence here continues to this day. As the closest First Nation community to Aurora, we recognize the special relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and as a municipality, we join them in these responsibilities. We further acknowledge that Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas and Chippewas, recognized through Treaty Number 13, as well as the Williams Treaties of 1923. Shared understanding of the rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and how our collective past brought us to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. Council, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Oh, you want to do the delegate? We do that first? We'll do it with both. Okay, Council, we do have an added item. We have a delegation, so I will need 2/3. So we'll do it as part of the approval of the agenda. Just get someone to move that with the added delegation. Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Comments, questions? Remember, I need 2/3. All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Delegations, as I mentioned, we have one added one, Miss Wendy Kenyon. Wendy, welcome. So get you to state your name. You have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Member Rackers, councillors, staff, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm Wendy Kenyon, and I'd like to say a few words on behalf of the Turtle Volunteer Group, the Turtle Tiers, regarding the proposal for the Wildlife Eco Passage on Henderson Drive. I'd like to start off by thanking the town for instigating this project. We've had a brief opportunity to examine the latest proposal and can see that a huge amount of time and effort has gone into the creation of a detailed plan that town residents can truly be proud of. This is a great opportunity for Aurora to walk the talk on important environmental issues, including the protection of species at risk and preserving biodiversity. So why do we need an eco passage? Well, it's because this area is an important animal movement corridor with wildlife traveling to and from Case Woodlot and beyond on the south side, and along Tannery Creek and the woodlands to the north. Unfortunately, construction of Henderson Drive some years ago has now made this natural corridor hazardous for wildlife to navigate, but, and I stress, no less of a corridor, it's simply an obstacle, not a deterrent. In 2015, LSRCA formally identified this study area as a wildlife mortality hotspot. As volunteers who spend a lot of time here, we're all too familiar with the sight of an adult female snapping turtle attempting to make her way slowly and exhausted across the road after laying her clutch. The small painted turtles as they dart without notice into the traffic. The occasional fox transferring her kits one by one across Henderson from one den to another. Our saddest moments are discovering the carnage when cars go too fast, when drivers don't see or don't care. Adult female turtles lay dead beside their eggs, smashed and strewn over the road. Local turtle populations can't recover from even small losses of adults. Less than 1% of hatchlings make it to adulthood, and it also takes about 20 years to reach maturity. Each and every adult is vital to a local population. So this is why we need an eco passage. When designed and implemented properly, they greatly reduce road mortality, and research proves this. We've been doing our best to keep the turtles off the road, but Henderson is becoming increasingly busy and traffic is fast. Each summer, we see countless incidents of reckless driving, often when we're actually in the road ourselves, balancing a large angry turtle in our hands. Most cars slow down, but a few don't. And that's when it gets scary, tailgating and overtaking on the brow of the hill. It's not just our group that's affected. Other residents tell us of near-miss incidents after they themselves have slowed down or exited their cars to assist a crossing turtle. Frankly, we think it's only time before someone gets hurt. In short, safety is a growing problem from a human as well as wildlife perspective. A few comments on the budget proposal itself. We noticed that the eco-passage expenditure includes a sidewalk on the south side of Henderson from Bathurst to Watts Meadow. We don't know why this is included in the eco-passage proposal. The south sidewalk area, particularly the area adjacent to the pond, is also extremely sensitive. We currently have 16 Midland painted turtles nests overwintering underneath the ground on the south side, with hatchlings due to emerge in the springtime. So constructing a sidewalk would be disastrous for these hatchlings. So we're asking, can this sidewalk plan be reconsidered? We also wonder if the new culvert should mostly be budgeted as stormwater management expenditure, since the existing culverts are apparently well below MOT standard and will need to be replaced anyway. Lastly, we wonder if the retaining wall replacement should be included elsewhere in the budget, as this relates more to safety and infrastructure than the eco-passage itself. Finally, we wish we had more time this morning to talk about biodiversity, more about how turtles keep our wetlands clean, and so on. But time is short, and we know you have a long meeting ahead of you. Therefore, in closing, again, we'd like to thank council and staff for recognizing the importance of this project and believe it will become a visible symbol of why Aurora is a town we're so proud to call our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kenyon. Council, first, can I get a motion to approve? And what I would ask is refer to budget item 16-102. Councillor Gilliland, second. Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. Thank you through Mr. Mayor to Ms. Kenyon. You had mentioned the sidewalk on the south side. There currently is a sidewalk on the north side, that correct? And I understand you guys do frequent that sidewalk, and the condition of sidewalk on the north side, would that be functional for what we're trying to achieve? And does it need work in your opinion?
Thank you for asking that question. I think any of you who've walked along that section on the north side along Henderson Drive, right where the metal barrier is, you feel as if you're on a ship because you're walking to the right, and that's because the sidewalk is starting to slip into the wetland. And in fact, I think a resident, I don't know who, complained to the town at some stage because there's currently, and has been for a while now, orange netting along that metal barrier, which again is causing problems for the turtles. We had one that was trapped in it late in the summer as it was migrating back to the pond. So yes, something needs to be done about that sidewalk, because you can see, you know, even without walking along that sidewalk, that the barrier itself is slanting now and has been for some time.
Councillor.
Great. Thanks so much for your insight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Kenyon and your group. I really don't have the words to thank you, and coming out on a Saturday morning as well. I have two questions. The first one is, I don't really understand the snapping turtle. There's a multitude of wildlife here, but with the snapping turtle, you said that even a small loss of that population would be disastrous. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The snapping turtle takes a long time to mature. It's about 20 years before they can lay eggs. So considering that it's less than 1% of the eggs that hatch manage to reach it to maturity, if you lose one of those one member of that population, I believe it takes, I think it's close to 60. I think it's 59 years before that turtle is replaced in the local population. So it was actually Dr. Sue Carstairs. She's the executive director of the Ontario Turtle Conservation Centre. She knows our group very well. She knows the area. She's released juvenile turtles, snapping turtles, into the pond after they've been left deceased on the road. We've taken them to the centre. They've harvested the eggs, looked after them, and then they want to release them back in the pond. So she knows the area very well. And it was Dr. Sue Carstairs who a few years ago pointed out to the town, it was during one of the development proposals, that it only takes a few adult turtles to be lost to have a fatal effect on a local population.
Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you. And with respect to the nesting on the south and the nesting on the north, well, turtles they follow the rules of nature. So they just go where they believe that they must go. If we can put more artificial nesting areas on the south side of Henderson, perhaps there will be less turtles crossing over to the private property on the north side of Henderson.
Ms. Kenyon?
And sorry, I'm asking for wisdom that, maybe beyond, but
Actually could be encouraged, particularly the ones who nest right on the edge of the road. They're nesting there because there's great sunlight, it's easy to dig. So it might encourage some to nest in these artificial nesting structures. So that's why artificial nesting structures are part of an eco-passage project, because the turtles, once they're directed away from the roadway, they need somewhere else to nest. The where it gets difficult is the fact that some turtles will try to cross regardless, and that's because turtles imprint their habitat in the first few years of their lives. So when conditions change, i.e. if there's a development or change in habitat, they will simply keep going back to the same habitat to find their habitual nesting site. So that's why, an eco passage would be so helpful to channel those turtles across to the other side. And some go beyond just the other side. Some will go northwards along Tannery Creek. We have some that nest on the older part of Willis Drive. And we know some go further than that. So it is an extended wildlife corridor. And but certainly artificial nesting structures close to the pond will I'm sure help a lot of the turtles to find that ideal sunny nesting spot away from the road. And that in itself would be extremely helpful.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have three questions. This isn't really a question. It's a statement. Thanks to the work that you've done, your group has done, which has been above and beyond what most of us in Aurora would have ever been able to do. Aurora is on the map for the efforts taken in this area. And we need to pat ourselves on the back. Doing something like this would really be special, not only for the wildlife and for doing something that's right, but also a very special kudos to the town. You don't have to comment on that, but I believe that's a true statement. You could comment on that part. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Ms. Kenyon, thank you very much. And I'll reiterate what Councillor Gardner said. Thank you to you and the group for all the work that you guys have done. Thank you very much. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. One sec here, I lost my sheet here. One sec, Council. A lot of papers here. There we go. All right, we're going to move into items considering discussion 6.1. 2023 capital budget review. So council, I'm just going to go through how we're going to work the day. I know we've all gone through this many times, but just to have everyone, we'll go through it again just so everyone can get an understanding and we can get through this efficiently. So I will ask members of council to pull items that they would like for discussion. I would like you to tell me by the detailed project sheet page number, which is in this binder, which is 16, which is your 16-14, 16-15. That's the number I'm going to be asking you guys to give me when I ask for which items you would like pulled. Okay. And then from there, when we have those discussions, you're pulling them so we can either green, yellow, or red. So essentially green, approve it, yellow, conditional, and red is deny. We're all good with that? Any questions on how we're going to go about this? All right. So we'll start with 6.1.1, which is the review of the 2023 proposed asset management capital projects. This is binder tab 16. We do have two items, 1673 and 1690 that are being removed, and I'll let Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel give an explanation of why they're being removed. And then I'll be asking you guys for the items you want pulled. Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you, 1673, that project is being pulled because it was replaced in a previous year with the use of an SUV. And the second one, 1690, the minor increases related to the unrecoverable HST. We'll just manage that within the fleet asset management program. So we should be able to handle that without a further increase.
Okay. Anybody want to pull anything? Councilor Gilliland.
If I may just get some clarity, wasn't 17-13 also pulled?
Which one? Sorry.
The cultural action plan implementation, was that also pulled by?
Can you give me the number, please?
Next.
Oh,
See, the 17. Yeah, I was going to say 17 is the next one. 16. So we're looking for 16.
thank you. I can definitely give you my list. 16-15,
Okay.
16-25,
Okay.
16-34, but in the binder, it's 16-39. So there's discrepancy there.
Okay.
16-58,
Which one? Sorry.
16-58,
58. Okay.
16-66,
Okay.
16-68,
Okay.
16-95, 16-102, 16-112, 16-155, 16-159, 16-164. Don't worry, I've asked a lot of questions in advance, so they should be rather quick, but some follow-ups.
What else? I'm going to force you to push your button. Oh, is it? Hit your button. Let me see if it comes up. No, you're on your mic. Okay, there. Let me see. Go ahead. Councilor Kim.
Okay, Slash 1621,
Yep.
1676, 1697. And 16147.
After 76, what did you say? Counselor Kemp?
1697
97, okay.
and 16147.
147,
Yes.
okay. Thank you. Counselor Gallagher? Oh, sorry. I'll get you, Counselor Reese, sorry. Counselor Gallagher, yeah, go ahead.
I'll go through mine. I didn't cross-reference with whatever's already said. Let's just see. 1678. 1691.
Okay.
16100.
Okay.
Uh, These are previously approved capital projects with no change or reduction to budget. But I have some questions about the
That's fine.
figures that are there.
Yeah.
So there's no 16 to them. Can I just put the
I'll
project
allow you
number?
just ask some questions on those items, whatever, yeah.
So they're the three in a row. It's on page 16-10, if that helps. It's under fleet. It's 34432, 34436, and 71136.
Counselor Gallagher, we'll deal with those ones last. Is that fine? We'll go through the other one. Okay.
I have another one.
Okay.
It's on page 16-11. It's 31054. That's it.
Okay. Counselor Reese?
Just just doing some referencing here. See, 16-22, please.
Okay. Counselor, just give me your,
That's it.
list and I'll make sure, because just in case, I want to make sure we don't miss anything as well, because
No, that's what I'm doing. I'm confident we're done then. Thanks. I've been checking them off. Thank you.
that's it? Okay. Anyone else? Counselor Thompson? Oh, Counselor Gardner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 16-17 and 16-19,
Okay,
1624,
okay,
1626,
okay,
1627,
okay,
1628.
okay,
Again, for comments, 1640, 1646,
okay,
1652.
okay.
Leave everything else has been. Just give me 1 second. Yes, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Counselor Thompson, would you like to pull any of the few items left? Counselor Gallo? Okay. Which one? Sorry? Ron pulled it. Yeah, Counselor Weiss pulled it, so. That's fine. Did you want me to do this and approve all the remaining items? Okay. So council, will approve all the remaining items that weren't pulled, so that 2023 draft asset management capital projects be received. And two, that the 2023 draft asset management capital projects that I guess were not pulled be approved as presented. Can I get a motion? Counselor Weiss, Counselor Thompson? All those in favor? Oh, yeah, sure.
Just to be clear, we can move this, but that doesn't mean that we can't change our minds. coming
We
to
could
council.
always come back at
Just-
any time,
Just to be
Counselor.
very clear, I've always had issues with this language when we're approving something, we're not recommending to council budget, we're approving it at
We're in
at
committee.
committee level.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just, the language is we're approving it when really we should be recommending it. Anyways, my view is I still have the right to change. Because there's some issues that I still have that I want to meet with staff.
Sure, absolutely. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right, we will start with 1615. Workstation refresh carpet paint. Counselor Gilliland, you pulled this one. What would you like it to be? So you want a yellow? You want a conditional?
Could be just a red for now, to be
So
quite
you want to
honest.
deny it?
At this point, if it's conditional, it can be conditional later on, like how long do we wait? I just really want to pause it before I gotta get some
So
questions.
you want a
answered.
conditional?
Sure, conditional.
All right, well, why don't you speak to it and then we'll see what I'll ask after we hear some of the comments. So go ahead.
Thank you. Apologies in advance. I never did get a chance to email you to ask questions about this. Just going by the business case that's been presented to us. These are things that were obviously brought to council a lot earlier in 2016 with a kind of a long-term plan and vision. And, looking at these times, and obviously we're doing a lot more hybrid working from home. The way we do and structure things is a lot different. And, what the police provide, the outcomes, if it was not to be approved, is very minimal in the sense of ineffective use of office space and outdated facilities. With all the things going on with inflation, a lot of high pressures and things going on with family households and stuff. And obviously, within ourselves, I just think it would be prudent for us to, this would be an easy one for us to pause and say, we don't need to do this right now. Seems like an easy one. It's pretty expensive. And, I think that we could manage moving forward. Now, I haven't done a walkaboo of the town facilities, but I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall, maybe you can just provide some context and sense that maybe this is something that doesn't need to be done right now.
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I can provide certainly some, the scope of the project of what the goal of what we were looking to achieve in 23. And as much as we definitely have refresh needed in various divisions that are not yet refreshed. And to that point about hybrid environment, we are still going through that evaluation of how many office spaces are needed, how many footprints are required in this space. So I respect the fact the actual refresh of office spaces could be deferred. However, the ask and the utilization of these funds are to focus on the washrooms, to bring them back up, to refresh them into an accessible and refreshed code. They've been a long time overdue. So that's the focus of this year's work plan for our refresh. So when we're saying other spaces, that is what we're referring to. The goal of this year will be, is to focus on our washrooms.
Counselor?
Thank you. I don't see that in the business case, so that was a missing component. Pretty much just cut through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, about paint and carpet. And so that was kind of like where I was going. Does that mean that in addition to the washrooms that you were still proceeding with the carpet and the painting and that more or less that surface stuff?
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, this was a long-range plan project. The refresh, every year we were looking for funds, each year having a different focus on a project that sequentially you would have seen various phases coming into place. With regards to the use of the funds for this year we were working and focusing on the washrooms because again, we were putting a pause on the paint and the carpet type of refresh. But the washrooms, that won't change with regards to a need for it to be done now or in the future. They're definitely outdated.
Council.
Thank you. And just a quick question, when you're talking about washrooms being updated, again, I just feel like sometimes I come in here, it feels like a ghost town still. And so it's just, again, I'm just trying to understand like the sense of urgency to get that done. So is there a code that we're not meeting that says that we must have this done by a certain timeline? Are we having problems? Do you find we're getting complaints about it? Is it like, just help me understand the sense of urgency? Like, could this be something we could like, you know what, let's just do this, next year or whatever. It's just an easy one for me. But then this whole binder to say, you know what, like we could wait.
Ms. McDougall.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say certainly it's not a factor of complaints. It's a matter of bringing the facility up to an improved standard and certainly with accessibility to adjust all of the touch pads to sensory instead of touchpad doors, improving the sinks and the washrooms in the same way. Could this wait? Ultimately, yes. But I would say on one hand, it might be better to do the washrooms when there's less staff here because it's less disruptive. If we get more and more staff coming back to the building, it could be much more disruptive to then do the capital project and taking a washroom out of commission. So it's just an idea to try to utilize the downtime and knowing that this refresh was on our radar that needed to be done.
Councillor.
Thank you. And to your point with through Mr. Mayor, Ms. McDougall, to your point, suggesting that it would be done more effectively because there's less staff here. Does that mean that if this was approved tonight versus pausing this, that it would be done in a timely fashion that would not interfere as much? Or are we still waiting a long time before we get around to spending it and getting the work started?
Ms. McDougall.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the work plan would be for 23. So as soon as the budget were to be approved, we would commence the commissioning and procurement of project scope and work for this project.
Councillor.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I put it as yellow for a different reason. I just want to get a fuller understanding of the project as well. Because we've been doing this year after year, but it was listed as a different capital project for the most part. If you look on page 16-8, I believe it is, it's listed as the capital project of 72201. And to date, we spent $1 million. So I'm curious to know why we've all of a sudden reclassified it as a new capital project versus the old one. And when I look back to the 2021 capital sheet, it too said the focus was for washroom. So I think what I'd like to get is a report to understand what's been spent to date, especially over the last couple of years, why the shift in the capital sheet, why not just continue on as capital project 72201, so we know what the full spent is. And I'm also curious to know why we've all hired a consultant. Consultant? Because it says in the business sheet, a consultant has been retained so that we can develop a formal master plan.
Ms. McDougall.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to your first question with regards to the project numbers and changing them, I'm actually would defer to finance to help me clarify that answer because I think it's driven a little bit by the desire of managing project from year to year. I'll leave that. With regards to consultant, albeit it's a minor, but it's a space accommodation consultant. So somebody that we talk to with regards to utilization of spaces to maximize the use. And that being said, it is on pause until we get a better and further direction of how town hall will be utilized on a go forward basis.
Councillor.
But that's what I'd like to see in a report because we spent $1 million to date. Now we're saying we're going to spend another $2.25 million. But yeah, we've done it without a consultant. Now we're bringing on a consultant. There's some history to this. And I just want to know what we've spent to date, what we've done to date, and why the washrooms were a focus in 2021 as part of our capital sheet justification, and why they are again. Did only some washrooms get done, not other ones? And just there's some history to this project. And I think that for me to move forward with it, I just want to understand where we are at in the process and why all of a sudden the need for a consultant when we've been doing this for, as stated, year after year since 2016. So that's why I'm at this point just a yellow.
You like to see yellow. Okay. Any other comments Before I ask, Councillor Gardner, is your hand up for this one or is it just still up from one?
Mr. Mayor, my hand is up for this one.
Okay, go ahead.
Um, I'm obviously quite familiar with the washrooms at the town hall. And yes, I've noticed through the years, especially the last few years, yeah, the washrooms are, yeah, they're okay. The color scheme isn't what we would do today, but they're in good repair. And I think we need to have an attitude change about some of these things. You know, we've been used to having the best, the newest. It's time now to say, you know what, this is okay. We don't need to do this. And we shouldn't be doing things until we need to do them. And with the washrooms, as far as I can see, they're functioning well. There may be sometimes an issue with the water management of the toilets. But other than that, they're just looking like they could use a refresh. And that to me is not good enough to be spending any money on them. And I would have put this as a red. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on this one? Councillor, I'll go back to you. What would you like this? Green, yellow, red?
Hello. I'm okay with the conditional, but I am interested in the report that Councillor Thompson was speaking of. Get a fulsome look on what it looks like this overall project is, because the context of it was a little confusing within the business case, especially with the washrooms. So thank you, Councillor Thompson, for pointing out the previous history on that. And I also want to have more of a needs-based assessment. I think that would be really an important component of that report, to Councillor Gartner's point. So until then, I'd like to keep that as conditional.
Second. Councillor Thompson, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1617, replacement of competitive starting blocks. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must admit, I have not seen the starting blocks. Again, I don't think we should be spending any money this time, this budget, unless it's absolutely necessary. So unless staff can say, okay, I want our competitive groups to be pleased with their equipment. There is a note here about maybe increasing the use. But to me, again, I don't believe that we need to be doing this unless staff can tell me that it could be a safety problem. So I would like it to be, well, I'd like it to be red, but I know it's going to go yellow. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on this one? Otherwise, I'll. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, Ms. McDougall. In respect to the starting blocks from the business case, it did seem to merit that it was needing some sort of replacement to actually function for what the swimmers needed to do. And, you know, given the fact that I know we didn't go ahead with any major new construction of pools and such for these leagues, is this something that would definitely help at least maintain the level of service within those organizations to make it, I guess, something they could utilize for their competitions? Like, is this something that could affect the use or attracting people to utilize the pool?
Ms. McDougall.
Through Mr. Mayor, actually in consultation with the local sports group, they are definitely in favor of new blocks, replacement blocks. They've been in since the pool opened almost 15 years ago. They've noted that they would improve their functionality from a competitive aspect, and certainly they're well in favor. They feel it's needed, it's time. They are past their lifespan. The lifespan is usually about 10 to 12 years. They're now past in that 15. They were not a focus in the past 2 years simply because we were not as active due to COVID, but it's now on the radar that they definitely need replacing to be more effective for the sports club.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just a quick comment with regards to the process. You know, a couple times now I've heard concerns about moving forward with the projects at this time. Just so we're all on the same page, the cancellation of any of these capital projects or the deferral of these capital projects will not change the tax rate. Those are two separate issues. And so if you're saying you want to not spend it at this time because it's a prudent thing to do, it just means that you're pushing it down the line on the 10-year capital plan, but you are still not changing the tax rate because that's based on the cash to capital component. And so, you know, perhaps Mrs. Wainwright Van Kessel can speak more to about it, because I don't want there to be a perception as we go through this day that these projects, whether they're in or out, will influence the tax rate of 3.5%.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel, you want to expand on that? And I'll allow it at this time. I know that's, we're not really speaking to the issue, but I understand. So go ahead, Ms. Wainwright, I guess.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if these projects are not approved at this time, these are asset management projects. So if they're still required, then they'd be done in the future. So the tax that's included in the capital contributions would still be required. The other concern is if we do defer these projects to the future, they are subject to inflation.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, which is my secondary point, that if we push it down the line, there's always the chance that it costs more. As we've seen year over year over year with projects, you know, things that we have to get done, they only go up in price. They never seem to go down in price. Now, if the argument is there's only so much capacity for so many capital projects and you want to bump one out and move one up, that's a different argument. But I think it's important as we go through this day, this understanding that what impacts these decisions have and what it doesn't impact. That's my comment.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments, questions on this specific item? No. Councillor Gardner, did you want to speak again, or did you want to put forward yellow?
I would like to speak again, and I thank Councillor Thompson for clarifying that. And so from my perspective, if I'm looking at this, everything that we're discussing today, as if it was my own money, I want to keep as much as I can in my own reserve fund, whatever I want to call that. Hopefully earn some interest on it, have it there for future use. So that's what I'm trying to do today is to keep my reserve fund as healthy as possible and not spend money on things that we don't absolutely think is necessary. I will defer to Ms. McDougall on this. I mean, I do swim over at the SARC and I have seen the stands. They look okay to me, but I'm not a competitive swimmer. I think sending this to yellow is a non-event. I'm just going to be voting against it. Unless somebody can tell me that it's a safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find that with capital projects and the need for refurbishment, it's like a slow creep. You know, the saying where if you're only going to drink water when you're thirsty, it's already too late. Your body's already needing water. You can't replace toilets when you see a crack on the toilet seat. It's already too late. So bringing back the conversation to this item here, I think there is a need for new starting blocks. As the directors mentioned, it's already 2-3 years beyond its lifespan. Staff has identified that there's a potential for new revenue generation because of new starting blocks. And for many of us who may not be swimmers, we may not appreciate the sporting community where 58,000 or is a substantial improvement to their enjoyment. So for those reasons, I'm happy to go with green.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gilliland, second time.
Thank you. Just a quick comment to some of the things that were talked about around the table, and I appreciate the clarity, Councillor Thompson, about the capital projects. I do support the blocks for various reasons, in the sense that I know that we do have a lot of competitive swimmers, and there's some things there that we already probably don't provide enough of for that level of service. And it is one of the number one things that our residents do demand within our community services, and we're already at shortfalls. So I do get that. I've done a little bit of homework on that. But in respect to what I think Councillor Gardner is trying to do, I mean, respectfully, we have had a lot of requests of our own and new business. And I think really what Councillor Gardner is trying to do here is, if there are other things that we find are a little bit more a priority in our capital reserve, or perhaps maybe hold off for something grander, that this is, one of those things that she wants to put on hold. And, maybe there's more of a demand somewhere else. So I just kind of want to put that out there, that I think that we're also looking at with that lens as well, on things that we might need right now that might not be on this sheet, but might be a wish list on one of those items that we pulled last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. Just my 2 cents on, this particular project. It was in our past 2022, 2023 capital plan for 2023. So we did have it last time for this year. And we budgeted 50,000, and then now it's at 58,000. I assume that because last year it was in 2023, that it wasn't actually an approved item. It was obviously future forecast. And from last year to this year, the cost has gone up 8,500.
Correct.
So it's something that, to me at least, was planned for 2 years. And perhaps now that it's on the capital plan, in 10 or 12 years, we'll see it again.
Thank you. Councillor Weiss.
Yeah, I just want to give my support for this. The rationale in here about providing the reasons, what would happen without, it's really not a learn to swim thing. But this, if we're going to be a competitive organization, or our organizations are going to be competitive, they need a training tools, and this is a training tool for starting, and it's absolutely essential to be up to date with those types of things. So I appreciate what was Councillor Thompson saying, and I also appreciate what Councillor Gardner is saying. But there's going to be a creep on this, and it's going to be upwards, not sideways or downwards. So I think it's time to get this done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gardner, you spoke twice, but you know what, since you pulled it, I'll let you speak a third time. I've never seen such a big conversation about competitive starting blocks, but okay. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listening to the conversation around the table, actually that last bit that Councillor Weiss added, I will be in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, so can I get you to put forward a green then?
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to approve this. Someone like to second that? Councillor Weiss. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next, 16.19. Councillor Gardner, you pull this. This is the enclosed outdoor preschool area.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this because I don't know what the right word is to describe this. Confused, annoyed. Why wasn't this identified when we were approving the original project? And I guess that's the question. I'm not pleased to see it here as part of this budget. So to whoever can answer that, thank you.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly once the Sark Gym project evolved, it certainly became much more evident, but it has been on the radar for staff for a while with that green space that they've been using where the gym is for the preschool area. It is something, by utilizing and creating a dedicated space for preschool, it's something that would be beneficial of the program regardless of the gym project. So timing as it is, it would be an independent project. It would not coincide with the development of the gym. It could be, but it doesn't have to be. Subsequently, the timing of it right now, we're trying to align it with the construction of the gym. But ultimately, with this would be a project that would be needed regardless. And it is desirable just from a safety, and we're noticing from that, it's a busy area adjacent to wetland. It would be much more improved with a secured fenced in area for the preschoolers.
Thank you,
Counselor?
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. And I do understand that it's, in my mind, this is necessary. It's just that it is as a result of the building of the new gym. I believe that that's factual. And I'm just disappointed that this wasn't identified up front. Thank you.
Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear in my understanding. None of this work would impact or change when the new gym will be built. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our goal moving forward with the gym would be to coordinate this work. Certainly the intent is not to, and we would ensure there's not a conflict. We would coordinate. The gym is going forward, whatever that work plan is, this could coincide in conjunction with at the same time. We will look to that and coordinate. Right now, it's in a different area. Just to be clear, it is not where we're proposing this fenced in area to be, is not where the gym is going to go. It is in the green space out the back where the preschool room is. There's another green space out the back of the building.
Councillor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. But is the intent to do this now in 2023? Because we're not building a gymnasium in 2023. And we may start it, but certainly won't complete it. So is that the intent, to move this project forward in 2023?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is our intent. We would move forward.
Councillor?
Moving forward with the gym, we would then just coordinate it with the gym if the gym is happening. But if, which I shouldn't even say an if,
And
gym's going to happen. But yes, the goal of this project is to happen in 23.
Okay, and I'm fine with that. My concern was, if we're waiting for the gym, we're going to experience some price increases.
Mhm.
But if we move forward with this and it doesn't affect anything to do with the gym, then I have no problems with going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Weiss?
Thank you. I'm just unfamiliar with preschool standards for outdoor play. And I'm interested in making sure that these meet or exceed those standards, particularly from a safety and all the other reasons we have those standards. So can you just give me the understanding of the codes or whatever standards there are for preschool and outdoor play?
Ms. McDougall?
I don't have specifics for you, but I know staff, when they developed the goal for this project, did coordinate with the requirements of a preschool space, outdoor preschool space, and to ensure that this project would align with those.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner? What would you like on this one? Green, yellow, red.
Yeah, green, please, Mr. Mayor.
Green. So we're approving this. Seconder? Councillor Gilliland? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Council, at this time, I know we're still going through them, but maybe if we want, we can jump to 16-102, just because our delegate is still here, and we can just get that out of the way for them so that they don't have to sit here all day with us and listen to us talk about competitive starting blocks and other little things. So, well, let's get to that. So I'll put that one, put that one on the floor. Councillor Gilliland, you pulled that one?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Obviously, I want to have a little bit of a discussion about this through Mr. Mayor to, I guess, Mr. Ramuno, just about how, we got to this point. Obviously, we all as council collectively wanted to see this underpass, and we looked under the curtain, and all of a sudden we realized that, there was a whole myriad of other things that were need to be done in order to facilitate this passage. So it was all kind of looped all together. I don't really think this is a project that would be, say, this amount for the passage. That's two different projects. So I'm just wondering why this wasn't a separate thing. Obviously, if we have to meet MTO, that should be something that perhaps there's like a different scope there. Where do we get funds from the region? I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but perhaps you can kind of shed some light on this project.
My mic's not on.
Ms.
Or did you
Mayor?
want me to get Anka you want me to get Anka? Okay, Anka, go ahead.
Yes, good morning through you, Mr. Mayor. The project, it was approved at the request of council. And we approved, I think in 2019 for 2020 budget, we approved 175,000 for the design of Eco Passage on Henderson Drive. We hired the consultant, and the consultant looked at the existing structure, which is an existing culvert built 50 years ago, even more, and realized that the culvert is undersized, doesn't meet the Ministry of Transportation current standards. So the recommendation was to upsize the culvert and at the same time add features for a wildlife passage to this culvert. And we've done the required investigative assessment and studies, hydrology, wildlife, ecology, geotechnical, structural investigation, and we are 95% done with the design. The design is almost completed. It's actually for final approval with the Ministry of Environment and Conservation Authority. And this is the cost estimated that resulted from this detailed design.
Counselor?
Thank you. And I was hoping that perhaps you could shed some insight on the requirement to have a sidewalk on the other side, the south side. Having listened to the delegates, they felt that this was very sensitive lands and not necessarily necessary. And that surely we could just make improvements to the north side only to kind of protect that area. Could you give me your opinion on that, please?
Absolutely. For you, Mr.
Anka?
Mayor, the sidewalk was designed because Henderson is a collector road, and our standards and policies say that we have to have sidewalk on both sides of the road. And is the only gap in sidewalk on Henderson and in this section on the south side. However, acknowledging that this is a very environmentally sensitive area, we can remove the sidewalk from the design and the tender package. We can build without the sidewalk. The sidewalk is designed, and if there is a need in the future, we can build a sidewalk. But definitely we can remove this sidewalk from the tender package and build without the sidewalk.
Counselor?
Thank you. Okay, so that's comforting to know if we wanted to remove that. Does that significantly reduce part of the project scope costs? Because obviously trying to do that sidewalk would, obviously entertain a lot of supports and, protection to the environmentally sensitive lands. So would that also save within the project?
For you, Mr. Mayor, approximately $130,000 from the project is not a big saving. The big cost is the culvert, the new culvert that needs to be upsized for the hydrology, and not even the wildlife mitigation is the big cost in this project. Is the fact that we need a larger culvert in that location. That is the big cost of the project, more than $1.3 million.
Counselor?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. And that was going to be my next question, is actually the added cost to the wildlife passage is not very significant compared to the scope of the project. And I guess that was my question as to why this was looped in one, because obviously as council, we did support a wildlife passage, and optically it looks like this passage is all going to cost X amount of dollars because of the culvert. And I just wish that was at least separated a little bit so we could see what we're actually approving in that sense, because they are two different projects but looped into one. Do you have a cost breakdown at all to provide with council to differentiate the two?
Anka?
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes. I can, so the culvert will be around plus road reconstruction because replacing the culvert and we need to rebuild the road on top of the culvert. It will put us around 1.5, 1.6 million. Wildlife mitigation around 250,000. And also there is, due to the culvert, we need to, because the culvert it's higher now, we need to lift a water main. So we need to do a relocation of a water main that will cost us around $140,000. I want to clarify here the fact that this should be one project. It's not easy, and that was recommendation of the consultant as well as Conservation Authority and Ministry of Environment. It's always better to put it part of the culvert, and because this creates a better passage, not only for wildlife, but for fish too, because there is a lower channel that is built. The culvert will be a 1.5 meter height culvert with a span of 3 meters that has a lower channel. It's an open bottom culvert with a lower channel for wildlife and fish passage. And this is the standards and the way of building this type of infrastructure that take into account the water conveyance as well as fish passage and wildlife. So to build just a wildlife passage and to leave an existing culvert that is not rightly sized for current standards would put us in probably spending more money in the future.
Counselor?
Thank you. I really appreciate that clarity. And just a quick comment, I understand how you can't kind of do one without the other. I just think it took us a little bit for a surprise. And optically, you know, this is not just about the wildlife, which I think is the passage, which I think is a great initiative and what we're presenting. It's just everything we've uncovered in order to achieve to get that get us there. So from what I'm hearing, this culvert needs to be changed because of the MTO standards. It's something we discovered and it has to be done. So doing this work now and say not waiting till the mill and overlay and whatnot, is it going to make a big difference whether we do it now or do it within the time frame that that road is due for reconstruction?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I would be honest, if we don't do it now, it will cost more in the future. And the road is scheduled for mill and overlay tentatively in 2027, but the culvert will need to be rebuilt before the road is resurfaced. So I don't see how we can save money postponing the project. Yes, the project may be postponed for a couple of years, but it still needs to be done. The culvert is undersized. We need to replace it. The design is ready. Approvals will be given to us shortly. So with what's happening for the last couple of years, I don't see this project being cheaper a few years from now. No, it will be more expensive.
Counselor?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you. Originally, I was going to propose a conditional, because I wanted to get a report with more details with regards to the breakdown of the cost of the 4 different components, but Anka's got all the answers today, so that's great. I mean, she's addressed them mostly when it comes to the cost. But specifically, I just want to talk about the culvert, and you identified that that's the major cost of the project. And you've also identified the fact that it's undersized, it doesn't meet current MTO standards, in poor repair and should be replaced. Putting aside the wildlife component of it, if we were just to have this as a replace the culvert, would you still be proposing the culvert that we are proposing in this instance in terms of this overall size?
Anka?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I cannot give you new sizes now of the culvert, but it's not definitely wouldn't be a half size, the half of the size that we are proposing now. It's still going to be a larger culvert, and the difference in price probably is not going to be significant. Because the culvert, I'll give you some numbers. The culvert, it was sized when built and put in place years ago for a storm of five-year storm. Now, current standards request that culvert be sized for a 50-year storm. So needs considerable upgrade. So I don't think that if we leave aside the wildlife impact to this culvert will be a lot smaller. No.
Counselor?
And that's great. And I appreciate that, Anka, because I think, we're all looking at the overall price tag and trying to understand the value associated with it. And if the culvert, which forms up the large component of it, would have to be installed regardless of the wildlife passage and of similar size or scope and cost, then, it makes it easier to move forward with this for me anyways, as a green, and just approve it at this time, because you've answered all those questions that, the vast majority of this cost would be spending regardless of the wildlife passage. We've just taken advantage of it at this point in time to add those other components, which you've also been able to break down as being just nominal in terms of the overall cost. So appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I'll be in favor.
Counselor Weiss?
Thank you. I guess I'm the same way. I had a yellow on this, and I wanted to hear a little bit more because I wanted to know the percentage of this that was going to be devoted towards the wildlife passage, and you've answered that well. And I thank you for that, as well as the cost for the culvert. I think this is just not aptly named. I mean, if you look at something that's going to cost $2.4 million and people think it's for a few turtles that are going from here to there, I think people are going to make some comments about that. And I think we all appreciate the work that's being done by the Henderson people and the people around the environmental impact of anything that we build. So I thank you for clarifying that, but I think we really need to rename this for what it is, which is something that has to be done as you identified. Maybe we're moving a little forward because of pricing and pricing economics. So I'm ready to go to green this, provided that we make a little bit of a change in the name of what it really is. My one last question, however, is where the culvert is actually located right now. It's at the Case Woodlot, and it goes from where to where, because I didn't really see it on the map very well.
Anka?
For you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's at the Case Woodlot and goes from south to north.
Great.
So
And on
there is a if you look on the budget business case, project business case, you'll see there is a dot on there where the location of the culvert is on the picture on the view of the project, and the GIS located exactly the culvert location on that picture.
Thank you.
Counselor?
So the north side is it private land on the north side?
Anka?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I think you are, yes, I think that's the case. Yes. I think
Counselor?
that.
Yeah, Counselor?
No, nothing further than thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gallo?
Thank you. First off, I just wanted to say that consistently, Anka, I've found your reports, your answers to questions to be phenomenal throughout the years that you've been here. And I want to show my appreciation for that, because I find a lot of value in that. And I want to thank you, even in this case here, the extent of knowledge that you bring to the table is fantastic. Having said that, you had said that in 2019, we approved 175,000. And in the 2022-3 capital plan, we have projected 1.9 million for this project in 2023. And now we're at
2.23, I think.
237, yeah. So is there a a scope change, or is it simply from the projections last year to this year are 300 and odd thousand more?
That's an inflation through you, Mr. Mayor. That's an increasing cost due to inflation. We didn't change the scope of the project, but we had while the design is progressing and we get to the completion of the design, we get a better cost estimate from our consultants, as well as from 2022 to 2023, we applied an inflation percentage there. So we are closer to what will be the bids, and I'm still afraid it's tight, but it is what it is.
Counselor?
Thank you. I suspected that. I didn't entirely comprehend Ms. Kenyon's speech. I'll be honest, I was getting prepared while you were speaking, but is there an opportunity for the suggestions that Ms. Kenyon made to sit down and somehow figure out whether or not they can be implemented in this project?
Henka?
For you, Mr. Mayor, we will try to do it, although we are very close to getting approvals from the agencies, but definitely we will do our best. I made a note of Ms. Kenyon's suggestions, and we'll do our best to try to incorporate them in the design as it is right now.
Counselor?
Thank you. And just maybe a lesson learned that in the future, if we know that there are neighborhood organizations that are very active, specifically to projects that we're putting forward, to reach out to them well in advance to hear their perspective.
If I may.
Go ahead, Henka. Yeah.
The community has been consulted. I know Ms. Kenyon worked very closely with the project manager and with our consultant from what I was told. So we looked at the input from community very closely on this project, but I guess we can always look with a different eye and try to improve certain things if we can save some money for this project. We'll do our best to incorporate this into the design if possible.
Counselor?
Thank you. And if that has happened, I apologize. I just got that sense, and maybe I was incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Kim? Oh, and then Counselor Gardner. Sorry, Counselor Gardner. I kept missing you because I didn't see the screen. So I apologize. But if you want to go first, you can go ahead, and I'll go back to Counselor Kim. Go ahead.
No, Councillor Kim can go first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Counselor Kim, your mic is on, so go ahead.
Thank you. I think everyone said some very nice words. And I think with this love-in with Anka, I'd be remiss to not include that I love and appreciate you, Anka. And as you go into retirement, we will miss you and your expertise that you offer the town. And I think it's perhaps not just fate that, a confluence of factors that led to seems like a green light for a $2.3 million project, which is I find it highly regular for all of us to unanimously agree, but a confluence of factors, wildlife, environmental infrastructure, that leads to this path, which is green. So thank you. So I'll be in favor of green.
Counselor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Kim, it's nice to see that you haven't lost your sense of humor. And I couldn't really have said it any better than Councillor Gallo. The contributions, your work ethic how you come prepared with just the full story. It's greatly appreciated and respected. And I thank you. And that's all I have to say. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Thompson, second time.
I think we should clarify whether or not we're approving this project with or without a sidewalk. So I think that Anka did answer that question, that it could be removed, that it's only there because it's adhering to our standards. But I think in this case, an exception can be made. I'm comfortable approving it without the sidewalk, and I think she identified the savings as roughly 130 or 50,000, whatever it is. But I certainly think that all of council should clarify where their position is on that with regards to the sidewalk, whether it's in or out. And so I'm approving it, but my preference is to leave the sidewalk out to address the environmental concerns.
And Councilor, I'll get to that once we finish everyone speaking. Councilor Gilliland, second time.
Thank you. I was going to say the exact same thing. So that's great. Don't need to repeat that. But I do want to just say, if I may, Mr. Mayor, that, I'm going to make up my own policy right now and say, Anka Mikhail, you are not allowed to retire. We love you too much. Anyway, thank you for all you do. And I do appreciate all the years of working with you, and your knowledge has been absolutely amazing, and you're wonderful to work with. So congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Councilor Reese.
And last quick one, I also want to thank Councillor Gartner for the work that she's done with that group. I had a wholesome conversation with her about this to identify some of the facts. So I want to thank Councillor Gartner for the work she does with Henderson and her ward in this regard.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Oh,
Councilor Gardner.
is it appropriate now to speak about the sidewalk or express our in or out on it?
I was just going to ask if we wanted to do green without the sidewalk, essentially approve it without the sidewalk.
Okay, I would just like to make a comment. I understand we do have a policy, especially on roads like Henderson. But if you look at Henderson, that whole area from Bathurst very far along is environmental area. So we don't have any homes on that side of the street that would necessarily need a sidewalk. We do have a bus stop. But I think given the context of how Henderson is physically without the homes on the south side, I think the sidewalk is unnecessary. Apart from everything else that we've discussed, it is a sidewalk to nowhere. So yes, I am quite fine with leaving it out. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, Councillor Gilliland, did you want to put forward approval without the sidewalk?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you, ladies. You're more than welcome to stay if you'd like to. I mean, we have a lot to go through, so.
It's a joke, Anka. It's a joke.
Thank you. Have a good day. So we are back to 1621. Yeah, Councillor Kim, unplanned emergency repairs contingency. Oh, one sec. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a big supporter of having a contingency reserve for the same reasons that's outlined, which are unplanned and emergency repairs. I know we had the exact same amount last year, and I believe we've had same amounts in previous years as well. And given inflation, prior to this year was closer to 3. Now it's, I think the GTA inflation is 6.2, and yet the reserve or the budget amount is still 100,000. I just want through you, Mr. Mayor, to Robin, is it sufficient? And to compare from last year, how much of that 100,000 did we use? And so I just want to just have an update in terms of how much of that we used last year and whether it's sufficient for this year. And given that it stayed the same at 100,000, I'm assuming that we rarely cross that number.
Ms. McDougall, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So with regards to the 100, it is a placeholder. Because it's unanticipated, we really don't know what might be utilized year over year. But it does provide us that flexibility to have something to tap into that can be done immediately without having to come to council for a formal approval. And they're usually an emergency, something broke down and loss of service. So in that regard, it provides us that flexibility. As far as historic use of these funds, they are used and have been since council endorsed us and provided this opportunity. As far as exact figure for spend in 22, I'd have to look that up and I can flip an email to know what that threshold has been, but we did use the funds in 22. But it certainly provides our team that opportunity to react quickly when something is a fail. As far as the value goes, and to respect and believe me, I would love to suggest a higher balance because costs are going up, but because they could be 5 things at 20,000 versus 1 thing at 100, it's hard to say that moving that threshold along with inflation. Does that make sense? Because there's such unique items within. I'd lean on our finance team to tell me if I can bump it regularly like the rest of them. But for now, we do definitely make use of the 100 that council's endorsed us to use.
Counselor?
Great. So long as it's sufficient. Sure, I would like to have that number from previous years, and but I'm in favor of green.
Any other comments on this one? If not, I will ask for a seconder on that. Councillor Gilliland? All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. 1622, Sports Dome Air Conditioning. Councillor Weiss, you pulled this one?
So I'm just really interested in the business case of what's going to happen in the summertime with the air conditioning that's not happening now, and what kind of evidence that you have that there's going to be some cost recovery. And my second one is that, as I'm not familiar with the contract, does the town still take over the dome and run almost their programs exclusively? And so will this benefit most of the community services programs that you run in there vis-a-vis camps, et cetera?
Ms. McDougall?
Certainly through you, Mr. Mayor. As far as there's a few questions there. As far as the utilization in the summertime, it definitely benefits town community service programs for summer camps. Where we're not utilizing it, it does provide an opportunity for a third party to rent. We do believe that that space being utilized, whether it comes in as program revenue or it comes in as rental revenue, will help increase our revenue potential with the utilization of or having air conditioning in the summer months. Sorry, I can't remember if I've missed a question.
Well, the first question was about the business case and cost recovery.
Okay.
And do you have some targets in terms of recovering the cost of this over time? And it's just a matter of looking at what you're planning for there. So, and you've pretty much told me that we don't get a lot of other people participating in them. These are town-run programs, and you're trying to increase the user experience and probably the safety of children also, because it does get relatively hot in those domes and almost unusable in severe weather. So that's all. That was you answered the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all, Councillor Weiss?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. I have one question first, and then let me just pull it up. Sorry. In the the capital sheet, it makes reference to project 72460, of which 40,000 was allocated to that. 72460 was $600,000 amount for Aurora Sport Dome retrofit. Do we know whether, first of all, did we spend that money? And then I have a second question to finance.
Mr.
Through you,
McDougall?
Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the project, the original scope, Sports Dome retrofit of 600,000 was, just to be clear, it was to include the replacement of the turf field as well as HVAC. As far as a balance, I know that there are a few elements left to finish with regards to the turf. So there are still funds that we're utilizing within that original $600,000 budget to complete that work. So as with to the specific question of, is there 40 left in that budget? I have to verify once I have a chance to speak with operations who were able to proceed with the sport dome or the turf aspect of this project.
Counselor?
Okay, so that $600,000 from 72460 was for the turf replacement. There's the 2021-2022 repair and replacement capital sheet. There is a project of 73238 artificial turf replacement and dome for $600,000 in 2026. Are they different projects?
Mr. McDougall?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Can you repeat the project number so I can find the page you're on?
73238, and it was from the 2021 to 2022 budget.
Mr. McDougall, you got that?
I do. I'm just trying to go back to that budget.
$600,000 projected for 2026.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'll have to verify this scope. It's not that there's now two 600s that would have been the same project. So with the anticipation of it being in 26, I'm just trying to validate the timing of replacement of a turf. That doesn't sound to align. So it's something I'll have to go back to Ms. Teenkamp regarding the projection of the turf timing.
As well as why there's two different numbers for what appears to be the same thing.
Yeah. So I'll have to verify that. Apologize. We don't have that answer.
And I apologize, I didn't ask
That's okay.
in advance. This week was a little crazy and I only had last few days to spend on this. The other thing is I have some questions that relate to closed session. So I've requested that we schedule a meeting, and it's with the clerk right now, whether or not, what direction we're going to take. So those questions, obviously I can't ask until we get that answer. So I'd like to put this as a yellow in the interim.
Sure. Someone like to second that? Councilor Gilliland? Any other comments, questions on this? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. $1624, Town Hall, third floor, LED lighting. Councilor Gardner, you pulled this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, I did. I've been speaking for a while about the third floor and the lighting and the atrium and what it causes for really, I think the heating and cooling of the entire building. So I'm speaking to this. I would like us to put this as a yellow. And I would like us to explore how we can, really fix the situation as it is now. I might be confusing people a little bit, but just putting up LED lighting, that's really not what that area needs. That area needs something more profound, and it has to do with money that's being wasted. Staff are using heaters downstairs on the floor because they're cold. Anyway, it's kind of crazy. So I was speaking to Ms. McDougall, and I would as I have done before, and I think in council, I would like us to step back and have a fulsome look at this area. And it does not have to be expensive. I don't know where in my brain that this popped out a couple of days ago, but we know from the work that's been done on green building standards, the light white roofs are the ones that very simply cut the costs of heating and cooling structures. And I know that we do have to replace a couple of the window panes in the atrium. And if you would permit me to say this, it may sound ridiculous, but it may be something as simple as covering those window panes with a white surface that may save us so much money and put us in a position where we're really being energy smart and actually very innovative. So if anybody has any questions for me, I'll try and answer them. But I think we need just to stop this and look at how once and for all we can put a fix on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So you want this to be yellow upon further report?
Yes, but and I spoke with Ms. McDougall and really to look at this. This isn't even what I'm talking about. Isn't even out of the box, but you just really look at this and solve the problem. Thank you.
Okay. Seconder? Councillor Gallo, thank you. Any other comments, questions on this? All those in favor? It's yellow upon. Yep. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1625. Ice Plant Arena Rehabilitation. Councillor Gilliland, you pulled this one. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I made a mistake. I would like to move as is. I confused it with a different pre-approved budget item, do we have the chance to pull the pre-approved?
Which one?
There's no page number, but it's 72226. And it's just really, I have some comments and questions about that, a little clarity about that. Which it's just shown as a pre-approved budget item on page 16-8.
Yeah, what's the number of it again? Sorry. 726. Okay, we'll get to that.
Thank you.
So this one you want green?
Yep.
Seconder? Councillor Gallo? Not seeing any other questions. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1626 facilities placeholder. Councillor Gardner. Pull this one. Councillor Gardner?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying not to cough into the mic.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
This one's the Central York Fire Services facilities placeholder.
Could somebody just talk to explain this a bit more to me?
Ms. McDougall, can you give a little overview of this?
Certainly through Mr. Mayor, I'll do my best. If it's a little more detailed, I've fortunately got our manager of facilities here who can assist. But with regards to this item and the next one, they both are deemed placeholders with the understanding that building condition assessment was just completed and nearing the end after the budget had to be submitted and prepared. So we're just now trying to finalize how to proceed with those projects. With that being said, there was an anticipation of improvements needed, requirements for repairs in both the fire hall and our rec centers related to what was found in the BCAs. So these line items were identified as placeholders so that those projects could proceed. That being said, we have sort of a preliminary action plan since the budget was prepared. And certainly in the fire hall case, we're looking at items that require improvements, masonry work. The bays need to be painted, the exterior replacement of LEDs, roofing repairs and replacement at the fire hall. So if that's of assistance, and if certainly Doug Bertrand would be able to assist if there's more details required, but were put in place to hold in anticipation of knowing that there'd be work to be done as a result of the BCA.
Counselor?
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. I'm glad Mr. Bertrand is here. I was hoping, thank you, and I have it checked off, but I was hoping that by the time we actually sat down today, that we would have a more fulsome idea of what was required and the costing on it. So you have mentioned that, you have mentioned specific things that need to be done. Is that everything? And do we have a costing on it?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they're very high level preliminary costing, but it is within, at the estimate is within the 100,000 for the fire hall.
Thank you.
Counselor?
And and it was the same thing in the placeholder for the recreation center, which would again be Mr. Bertrand's. So, okay, I would just like to have as specific a figure as we could before we finish this budget process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this one? Councilor Gardner, what did you want to put forward for this one?
Well, it's kind of a strange one. I suppose the yellow, just because, so that we're ensure if we, well, okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Bertrand, when do you think that we will have a more exact figure on this, please?
Mr.
Mr.
Bertrand,
Mayor, we have that information now, which we've just received recently, so we can submit that to you right after this meeting.
right after this meeting, Councilor. You'll get that information. We'll all get that information.
That's great. Okay, well then let's green it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seconder? Councilor Callahan? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1627, Recreation Center Facility Placeholder. Councilor Gardner, you pulled this one as well?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think from what Mr. Bertrand has said, we have the figures on this as well. Is that, am I correct on that? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
I'm seeing heads nodding yes, so yes.
Thank you. So that would be the same green.
Okay, green, second. Councilor Gallo. Not seeing any other comments. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Library elevator pit waterproofing. 1628, Councilor Gardner, you pulled this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to give this a color a designation yet. I found this quite scary. Could somebody speak to, I guess, Mr. Bertrand, what's going on with the groundwater here? And if we do this work, is this going to be, a temporary fix? Really, should we be doing something more extensive? Is there possibly going to be implications in other parts of the building for this?
Mr. Bertrand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, the problem occurs with the elevator pit that's below grade.
Right.
There's some surface cracking in it and condensation and moisture from outside the groundwater is leaking into the pit. So we simply just want to water seal the pit to stop further condensation and water leaking into the pit. Some of the water condensation now is creating some rusting issues. So again, this is an item we just want to sort of identify. We've identified it and we just want to get it corrected as quickly as possible so further deterioration of the elevator doesn't happen.
Councilor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Follow up. Yes, so the shaft goes below this. No, I'm not sure what you said. It's because of the depth of the shaft into the ground and the
Through you,
fact
Mr.
that,
Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
and the fact that, there is water there. There's probably be water in a lot of parts of Aurora if we had this kind of an elevator shaft. Okay, so in your opinion, which I value, doing this is going to protect this for many years to come.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Failure to do it would cause further damage.
Counselor,
I'm sorry, just to catch the last.
you didn't catch that, Mr. Bertrand?
Or through you, Mr. Mayor, for not doing it would cause further damage to the elevator.
Yes, yes, and absolutely. I just wanted to know if we were doing enough to ensure that the future damage would not reoccur quickly, at least. Thank you. I think, Mr. Bertram, I'm not sure I've ever seen you in person. Well, in person on screen. Thank you. Hi. And that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Gallo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious to see how we identified this issue. Was it through the TSSA testing of the elevators that's done on a frequent basis?
Mr. Bertrand, just when you thought you were done.
Just when I
Go
thought. I was
back in.
done.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it was through our maintenance contractor.
Yeah.
So through our preventative maintenance contractor, they brought it to our attention and we investigated and looked at it and realized that we have to do something.
Counselor?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, is any of the other equipment damaged that operate the elevator?
No, not at this point. No, it's more surface rust. Some of the conduits starting to rust and the walls are stained and you can see where the water's been leaking in. So again, it's a preventative approach we're trying to take before things get too bad.
Counselor?
Okay, and I agree with this. And it's also a safety issue with elevators that it's the last thing you want, things corroding in there. And I'm happy to see, should be on a capital plan that we look at these things on a frequent basis. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Weiss?
Thank you. My only question has to do with, is this an unintended consequence of the construction that's going on at the area? You talked about rust, which implies that perhaps this is an ongoing thing. It's been happening for a while. It was going to be changed and replaced anyway, but now it's just come full circle and we have to do it now for safety and other reasons.
This is the elevator within the library proper, so it's not related to the construction work. It's just, again, it's the ground. I think the frost, the building moving, the cracking in the concrete has happened and we're getting water seepage through it. So again, we just want to seal the pit and sort of eliminate the water seeping and beyond that, but it's not related to construction. It's completely separate.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Thank you.
Counselor Gardner, you said green?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did.
Thank you. Seconder? Counselor Thompson? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. $16.34 railing replacement. 15347 Young Street and 37 Harmon Road. Counselor Gilliland.
Thank you. If I could just put a yellow on that for now.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm just trying to pop up my email correspondence. Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to Mr. Downey, I know you and I had conversations about, whether or not there has been some attempts to make repairs. From what I gather, and this particular item with the concrete, not necessarily the railings, I know there's a bunch of projects here that are looped together. You're suggesting that it's kind of beyond the patchwork and that this work needs to be done now.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Counselor?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that to get that out of the way. My only concern really is with the railing, having looked at the photos and such. I didn't really feel or sense there was a sense of urgency there. Then I learned through our correspondence that we are going through some sort of policy about our railings and perhaps, down the road we'll be a little more consistent with our work. At this time, do you feel doing the railing is something that's necessary at this time, or could we, hold off until, we have a review in place or a policy in place that's going to guide us to how we want these railings built?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I stated in our correspondence, I have no objection to removing the railing on Harriman at this point. It's the Gabion wall that is the bigger concern on Harriman, and of course Young Street needs a complete replacement.
Counselor?
Thank you. Sorry. You're saying that there's a wall that needs replacement in addition to the railing? Because I didn't really get that from the business case.
So
Mr. Downey?
through you, Mr. Mayor, if you take a look at the pictures, the Gabion wall
The
on
which wall?
Harriman,
Gaping?
Gabion,
Gabion.
that's a rock wall inside a cage.
Yep.
That needs repair. And so we've identified that as part of the project, then the retaining wall and the railing on Yonge Street. This work also included the replacement of the railing on Harriman. However, I don't disagree. It is not a safety issue at this point, so we do not need to replace it at this point, and we can reduce the scope of the project.
Counselor?
Thank you. And you're able to do the Gabion wall work and it wouldn't cost any more to just avoid doing the railing at this time and just wait upon that? Or is it going to create more work to work around it?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it's fine. We don't need to remove the railing, and it's not going to cause us a problem.
Counselor?
Thank you. I don't know if anybody else has any questions or comments, but for me, I'd prefer to wait. It's not a need at this time. We can look at it down the road.
Counselor Weiss, and then Counselor Gardner.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Downey. My question really has to do with the age of these right now and what materials they're made of. And if we're going to replace them, are we going to be replacing them with temporary materials that have a greater lifespan and that type of thing? I know you're up to this all the time, but I'm just wondering the age of these and what the plan is going to be forward for further problems that we have with other railings. Sorry.
Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when we took over the portfolio, or I took over the portfolio, it was one of the areas, the retaining walls, railings, sidewalks, those types of things were a concern in that we didn't have good information on their condition or assessment. So a lot of the work that you're seeing in this capital budget stems from a report that we asked for in 2021. This is actually the report. It went through a detailed assessment of all railings and retaining walls and provided recommendations to staff with regards to repair and replacement and the priority as to what projects needed to move forward first, and then which could wait 3 or 5 years, and then which could go to a longer term. So now that this report was prepared to and given to us in April of 2021, we are now looking at coming forward with capital budget items stemming from these recommendations. And our first order of business is to get capital improvement so that we can prepare actual engineering drawings to repair or replace these railings and walls, and then of course move forward with the tendering of the work itself.
Counselor?
So I assume that means that you've now got a plan for the repair and replacement of these, not just this year, but we'll be seeing this year after year as these things come up.
Downey? Need your mic. Oh, there you go.
The actual executive summary has identified projects that need urgent repair, projects that need work within the next 1 to 5 years, at which point we will be doing some reassessments.
Counselor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gardner?
I think that all of my questions have been answered, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, just speaking to the railing only, I just want to understand whether or not there's any synergies or value in doing the project together as opposed to delaying it. Certainly, when I look at the pictures, it looks like eventually it's going to need to be done. And specifically, your comment about the fact that we need to upgrade it to meet current standards. So it makes it sound like the railing doesn't meet our current standards. And so I'm just trying to wrap my head around why not do it now. And so perhaps you can speak to whether there is any value or synergies of doing the projects together as opposed to creating 2 separate projects.
Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, one of the issues with related to the towns, we don't have a standard. So that's one thing that we will be developing is standard railings so that we meet all the safety guidelines, the Ministry of Transportation guidelines. We are not doing that right now, and we have a number of different standards throughout the town. With regards to this railing specifically, since we don't have a standard, it is not unsafe. That's the words I used. If we were going to move forward with work, we thought while we're here, we might better bring this railing up to what we feel is going to be the new town standard. And this would not meet that new town standard. We know that for a fact. So we were going to, while the contractor was there, we were going to add on to that particular project. The question came to me, does it need to replace? Is it unsafe? And the answer to that is no. It does not, it is not unsafe and it doesn't need to be replaced, but at some point it will, and it will need to meet that standard. So we can do the work now in order to upgrade the standard, or we can wait until the railing needs or fails a safety inspection, at which point we will then be replacing it with the new standard.
Counselor?
Thank you. Just following up with regards to the standards, what I heard you say is that we have a variety of different standards, but in the sheet itself, it talks about the railing infrastructure for both locations is to be replaced with current municipal standards. So do we have current municipal standards or not?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we do not. So that will be part of the design exercise that we'll be going through. If you take a look at the capital project, it has two components, design and construction. So that will be the discussion we'll be having with the engineer with regards to the development of a standard. Since this is the first time we've started with this project. So whatever we do now will be the same thing moving forward.
Counselor?
I appreciate the comments around the table. I think my preference is to just do the whole project as outlined here in the sheet, but I'm happy to support whatever council's decision is.
Counselor Gallo?
Thank you. Through to Mr. Downey. So what I've heard is through this project and the consultant fees, I think there's 65,000, 60,000. 65,000 in consulting fees. In that, we're going to develop a standard. We've already developed, I guess, just we hired someone to identify which ones and the state of the ones that we have. But in that document, through Mr. Mayor, it doesn't speak to any standards, doesn't speak to materials used, doesn't speak to any of that.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it does not. It was simply an assessment. It's not simple, but it was an assessment of railings and retaining walls within the town. We wanted an engineer's perspective on what the condition of that infrastructure was so that we could then start moving forward with the repair and replacement.
Counselor?
Thank you. So in this $65,000 consulting, we're going to do this first one and establish a protocol for all of the rest. To Councillor Weiss's question, have we put any thought, or will they be putting any thought in terms of the materials used? Powder coated aluminum, stainless steel, versus I think what we're using is just painted steel, and go through that exercise so we can determine, is it worth spending the capital dollars at the beginning when we replace them so that they last much longer, especially in stainless steel, as opposed to replacing them every 4 or 5 years. I remember the skateboard park. We had a capital item to replace those, and that was only, I don't know, 5 or 6 years old.
Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we'll be evaluating all the materials that we use, whether how that retaining wall, or whether that retaining wall is required, and how what materials that retaining wall might be made of, because we do have some retaining wall work in here, and so we need to discuss what kind of materials we want to use in retaining walls, as well as materials that we want to use in railings, and Certainly, our goal would be to put something in there that had some longevity to it. And certainly met some safety standards. So we will be giving that some consideration in the project, yes.
Counselor?
I guess moving from what appears to be our standard now in terms of railings of steel, painted steel, to a stainless steel or powder coated aluminum, those prices are obviously going to be different, which would change a capital sheet in terms of the replacement of at least the ones that are included in this. I'm just thinking out loud and wondering whether we go through that exercise, determine an appropriate standard that we can all agree with, and that we realize there may be a capital impact if we go to materials that last much, much longer, and then make those decisions then. But I'm at the, it's kind of where my head is right now.
Thank you. Counselor Gilliland, second time.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, Mr. Downey, just a couple more follow-up questions. In order to develop this standard, do we need to go through with a design on this project to understand what it is that we were trying to achieve for future railings, for any railings?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was actually the comment that was thinking in my head when Councillor Gallo brought this up. We can do both at the same time. So we know we need to do some work here. We know it's a problem. I have no objection to providing a multitude of designs with regards to railings. If council wants some input or some information with regards to what we might be looking at. But we need to move that forward, and we can move that forward at the same time as approving the capital project.
Counselor?
Thank you. My other follow-up to that is, will we have other opportunities to replace a railing that we feel we actually need to initiate that assessment later?
Mr. Downey?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
So if there's sorry, through Mr. Mayor, if should there be a railing that we've identified that needs to be replaced at now, like we've identified this is not urgent or sense of urgency or not safe, at that time, would it be an opportunity to go through the design process and pay all those fees to develop that railing guideline then?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're going to be doing that on the Yonge Street project. The Yonge Street project is a railing and a wall. So that is going to be developed with the Yonge Street. Harriman doesn't need to be done right now. It could be, but we are going to be developing that when or if this project gets approved. Yonge Street will require a wall and a railing.
Counselor?
Thank you. So I guess my question was answered in the sense that we will be developing a railing standard with the Yonge Street project, and it doesn't necessarily need to be done with the Harriman project.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Counselor?
That's it.
Counselor Weiss, second time.
Yes. For doing the questions that I had, but the last thing I want to say is I really appreciate the photographs that you have in here. It makes our decisions a lot easier when we get to actually see the things that are in disrepair. And I want to thank you for putting that in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gallo, second.
I just don't want to approve this and leave it. If the direction is go forward, develop a policy standard. And, you know, if the standard is, if we're giving direction, determine the best standard so that we can compare, you know, capital expenditures, an investment in a higher quality material to last longer versus do it more often with a cheaper quality material. I'm not sure what the direction is. My preference is to see those, what comes out of that. And then, you know, I don't want to get into the weeds and determine, but as long as we can give some direction that, at least from my perspective, I'm happy to spend a little more money at the beginning for it to last longer, especially if it's a stainless steel type product, which probably never have to replace. You'll replace the wall before you replace the railing. if that's enough direction to staff, and if everyone feels the same, I don't need to see it again, as long as we're on the same page that let's go through that scenario to make sure we're not shy to spend a little more money at the beginning for a better product.
Councillor Gardner, second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we're all, it's not only the product cost, it's also, you know, the labor that's involved in this. So I agree, absolutely. I'm just not sure I'm following correctly. I did have to leave for a minute. So with the Young Street project, we're going to do that. We're going to develop standards. I think all of us at the table agree that it's smart to spend money to save money in the future. So what would we be doing with this project? Would we be putting this on hold until we've developed our standards and then this would just happen? Or could I just have clarification on that, please?
Downey, do you have an understanding of what we're suggesting here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can actually do both at the same time.
Okay.
So I'm not recommending that we hold off. I'm recommending that we move forward. But at the same time, I've heard council ask questions with regards to what our standard might look like and are we taking consideration with certain materials or whatever. We're happy to do that as part of this project. Okay. And so we can do both of these things at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the explanation.
Thank you. Someone want to throw something forward? Green, yellow, Councillor? You pulled this?
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I'm okay with all projects, but the railing, I find there's no need at this point personally. So I wouldn't support actually replacing the railing. I think we're going to have many other opportunities to spend our money. So when it's time to actually spend the money in replacing, we'll know what to do. We know what the design is. We'll understand what the materials are. We'll have experience of what we're looking at. Replace it when it needs to. I don't know why we would have to replace it when it doesn't need to. This railing could last another 10 years for all I know. So I don't know if Mr. Downey's raising his hand.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the project, as I said, the railing doesn't need to be replaced. What we can do in our tender package is put the railing with the new standard railing as an option, so that if the project comes back and we want to move forward, council will then know clearly how much more money it would cost in order to do that.
Okay, so
let's do.
So we can put
conditional-
that in as an option within the tender document.
So let's do green with the railing as an option.
And will council see
Green
that and be able
with the railing
to?
as an option, and as Mr. Downey said, when the tender comes back, council will ultimately decide whether to move forward or not.
So does that mean that the railing will come back to council and we'll make a decision whether we want to replace that? Or does it yellow conditionally on the railing? Or is this just design only?
It's as Mr. Downey said, the railing would be put in the tender as an option. And so therefore that would be presented as an option to council when that tender comes back. And council would ultimately decide whether they want to move with that higher price with the railing or stay without the railing. Am I correct, Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the project would, first of all, the tender, if it's within budget, council will not be part of that approval process with the new procurement bylaw. However, it's clear that you do not wish us to move forward with the railing on Harriman unless there is some council approval with regards to that. So that will be the only component that would require council approval, not the rest of the tender.
So no, we're just making sure that option of the railing is coming back to council. Okay.
So whether we green light this now, I don't have to put a yellow separate conditional on the railing then.
No, we're doing it green.
Okay.
With the railing as an option in the tender package.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, seconder.
This.
Councilor Kemp. All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. 1640. Engineered walkway reconstruction, Moffett Crescent to Valley Drive, plus Crawford Roads to Devon's Drive. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a follow-up actually in a strange way to Councillor Weiss's comment. I didn't find these photos helpful. I'm not sure what this should look like. It just doesn't look really bad to me. So could staff please explain what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with these pictures? How should they look to be up to a standard?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, when we came on board, we did not know or have a good picture of what the condition of our sidewalk infrastructure was. So we have engaged a company to go out and evaluate all sidewalks and walkways within the municipality. And they have identified areas where repair and replacement, particular replacement is required. These engineered walkways are actually storm sewers with a walkway on top of them. That's why they're engineered. So it's actually a connection from one street to another with a storm pipe. However, you can't build a house over it. So what we've decided to do is put a walkway over it. These are throughout the municipality and in various states of disrepair. We have been doing this on an ongoing as ongoing projects year after year. You've seen it in previous years that we've gone in and done some work. This is beyond the scope of our normal operational work. So a capital budget is required. The state of repair within this walkway, you can see the broken concrete. It creates an issue with regards to trip hazards and safety. It is failing. It will continue to fail and get worse. It needs to be repaired and replaced at some point. We're recommending it should be done now.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. I'm understanding what you're saying. I just don't understand what this should be looking like to meet our service level. So I can't see a lot of cracks. I'm not sure.
Sorry, Councillor, I was going to interrupt, and I was also going to add in the fact that Mr. Downey, I might be wrong, but the fencing also is leaning and it looks like it's about to fall, which is also part of some of the works that would occur. It's not just necessarily the concrete. So the concrete might look good in certain areas, but I think the pictures are showing that the bowing of the fencing is occurring, which means those are going to have to be repaired as well. If I might be wrong, but that's what I'm looking at the pictures. Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
It depends on whose fence it is.
No, and I agree with you, but
so it may be the private owner, and at which point it's their issue to resolve. It may belong to municipality, at which point we will be working with that. I think perhaps the best picture is on 1645 with regards to what you want it to look like. As you can see, there are several cracks. There's ponding. There's a lip. And that can create not only issues with regards to ongoing maintenance, slippery conditions, that type of thing, but also trip hazards for anyone walking on that walkway. And so that should be a smooth, dry surface.
And makes it issues from an accessibility standpoint as well.
Oh, 100% I agree with everything that's just been said. This does not look particularly safe or user-friendly, and the accessibility piece, thank you, Mr. Mayor, is a big one and is going to become bigger as we continue to age, as the community continues to age. Yes, that is the perfect picture, and that I could understand. I just couldn't understand the three fence pictures. And Mr. Downey, the regular maintenance that you're talking about, with that, I mean, this looks pretty unkempt at the moment. I don't know when the picture was taken. I'm looking at page 1642. I mean, do we manicure this a bit? Or does it depend on, now this would be right onto the walkway. So I'm assuming that on page 42, we would have jurisdiction on maintaining this as opposed to the homeowner.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, engineered walkways are maintained by the municipality.
Counselor?
Right, I'm sorry, I got a little confused before when you were talking about the fence. Depends where the fence is. So-
I'm sorry, with regard to the fence, I can't tell you right now whether or not the town owns that fence or the homeowner owns that fence. And if they do, it's their issue to resolve. We are not proactively going after the homeowners and saying you need to fix your fence. However, if it belongs to the town, then I believe that the fence is in some disrepair and some work should be done. But that's usually a conversation that happens between ourselves and the resident adjacent. And we've had those conversations several times with regards to any works we're doing in our engineered walkways.
I'm sure you have, Mr. Downey. I'm sure they're not always easy. So, but just the way that it's supposed to look and the way it's supposed to be kept, that is the town's responsibility.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's complicated, not necessarily. So
I'm
the walkway you see with the fence, 42 is a good example.
Okay,
Pretty sure when that was built, the material that is up against the fence was not there and should have not, and when that house was constructed. However, the homeowner over time perhaps has filled that area in order to make more usable space on their particular lot and put that up against the fence. That may have caused some damage to the fence. If it's their fence, they've caused damage to their own fence. If it's the town's fence, now they've caused damage to the town's property. And now we're into an issue with regards to the homeowner and the actions that they took with regards to our town infrastructure. So
thank you.
It's not
Perfect sense.
always simple, but quite often with these engineered walkways, we have, as you can see on the other side, a cedar hedge. Is that cedar hedge on town property? Perhaps. Is work in the walkway going to have an impact on that cedar hedge? Maybe. Is the homeowner going to be happy if that cedar hedge is destroyed? I would say so.
We've already dealt with a bunch of those already.
It's all of those things that we need to consider and have the conversations with the homeowners so that they clearly understand what work needs to be done. And I certainly understand why property owners would want some privacy in some of these areas. I get that. But we wouldn't go in and replace the fence that's within that cedar hedge because it would destroy the cedar hedge. And that isn't in the best interest of the resident. We're more concerned about the surface of the walkway itself.
Thank you. That makes everything pretty clear. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Weiss?
Yeah, thank you. And through you to Mr. Downey, you and I have had this conversation once or twice already. And I'm wondering if from a prevention standpoint, and I really appreciate the context you have given about why these walkways exist and where they exist. But I'm wondering if this is an opportunity for council to take a look at some kind of bylaw around those, because I'm seeing it happen, particularly in the newer subdivisions where people want to put a fence up, they want to put a hedge up, they want to do whatever type of their own retaining walls, and that affects the safety of these pathways. And then they expect the town to come and fix it when it maybe isn't constructed correctly, or it's not even on their own property. So is that something you'd recommend that we come up with a bylaw to try to prevent these types of things in the future?
Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, bylaws already exist with regard to this, as far as encroachment goes and that type of thing. So it's whether or not we're willing to go off and enforce these things in all situations. So Generally, what we do when we come in and do these projects, the first thing we do is a survey and we find out what our issues are related to that. And each engineered walkway has a specific different or a number of variables. So I don't know that there is an answer, because if the fence goes totally on the homeowner's side, if it's in disrepair and it's creating a safety issue, the municipality is now obligated to compel the homeowner to fix the fence, which is not always pleasant. If it becomes if the fence is on the town's property and the homeowner then builds a retaining wall or materials up against that fence, which causes its failure, now, once again, that homeowner is going to be held responsible for disrepair or causing damage to town infrastructure. So I don't know that there is a clear answer of how we might be able to deal with this. The elimination of the walkway doesn't seem to be the answer, because we need to have an easement available to us. So if there's ever a failure of that infrastructure in the ground, we have access to it. So we try to minimize these as much as possible, looking at our planner and making sure we have as few of these as possible. But in some cases, it simply can't be avoided.
Counselor?
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that detail. And maybe it's a communication issue as opposed to a planning issue. If the bylaws in order, maybe we're just not expressing it accurately or often enough. So I'll leave that for another time. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Gallo?
Thank you. I think there's some unanswered pieces here. I mean, we have a capital item, $175,000, and I don't believe we're addressing all of the issues here, particularly the fence. 16-44, that picture clearly was taken to show the bow in the fence. And I'm assuming, through Mr. Mayor, maybe clarification that this capital project does not include doing anything with that fence or the retaining wall that's there, or on the other side, the hedge.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that question right now. The cost estimate that we have for this project is based on our previous experience on engineered walkways. And so we've got a number that we generally work with regards to engineered walkways based on our experience or history. As I say, the first order of business for us would be to come in and determine the ownership of this infrastructure. And as I say, the fence, just to use the scenario, if the fence is on town property, we will be fixing that fence, but only on that side, because the other fence is a cedar hedge and we're not going to touch the cedar hedge. And we should be able to figure out a way of doing this walkway without affecting that cedar hedge. Conversely, if the fence is on the resident side, then we will be requesting the resident to repair the fence. And they may be coming forward as a delegate concerned that it should be town infrastructure and the town should be paying for it. But we need to repair it one way or the other. And I'm not quite sure at this point, since we haven't got a project and we're not moving forward, we haven't done any surveys. If there is any information beyond the scope of what we have here, we would certainly make council aware.
Councilor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, does the $175,000 include the replacement of, it's not just a fence, it's a retaining wall? Does it include that?
Well, and I think that, Mr. Downey, you can elaborate, but I think that what Mr. Downey is saying is that it could not. It just depends on the ownership of that piece of infrastructure. Mr. Downey?
$175,000.
Your mic's not on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the $175,000 is an estimate that we've got based on other projects. Does it include the fence? At this point, no, is your answer, because we don't know who owns it. If this project requires more money or an issue related to that, we'll bring that forward to council with an additional budget request. But right now, we're not assuming that the fence needs to be replaced because we don't know who the ownership is.
Councilor?
So I mean, to me, a complete project would deal with that issue because we can redo that concrete. And to me, it looks like a mess. And it's going to continue to look like a mess unless that issue is resolved. I hazard to guess it's a safety issue. That's, you know, I don't know what the distance is, probably 2 feet there of raised dirt, and it looks like a broken down wood retaining wall there. So I don't know how we can proceed with this if the money isn't in it to replace that fence, which I agree it shouldn't be until we know who owns it. A complete project is dealing with that issue, and not. I don't see why we don't do that first and understand that. And if it's ours, then we incorporate replacement of the fence with the concrete. I agree the hedge is a completely different issue, but it doesn't appear to have a safety issue there. So to me, I'd give this a yellow until we find out the status of that fence and retaining wall.
Thank you. Councilor Gilliland.
Thank you. Just a quick comment about this area of town. From what I understand, there's quite a few retaining walls in this neck of the woods just because the topography of the land wasn't necessarily shown in the original subdivision plans in the 1980s when it was done. So to determine who built it and how, it's very difficult to know or understand. However, the age of the railroad ties seem to be consistent with pretty much all the retaining walls that are seen between properties. This one just happens to abut a town walkway. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess maybe to Ms. Van Leeuwen, are we not doing a review on retaining walls right now, expected maybe in Q1 of 2023 to help address this issue that we're having? Because this is not going to be the only project we're going to have an issue with in respect to retaining walls.
Ms. Van Leeuwen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are reviewing our property standards bylaw, which currently doesn't speak to retaining walls, and we plan to include retaining walls in the new property standards bylaw. Retaining walls that are adjacent to where public has access, if they're greater than 1 meter, they are a designated structure under the building code as well. So they would require building permits.
Councilor.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I guess my comments, I know that we're going to have some problems with this. I think it needs to be addressed. We do need these fences repaired. I think it needs to be pretty stipulated as to who's repairing it. On the surface, to me, it looks like it's a town issue and we should be addressing it as a town issue. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Downey, is there a survey or a property line assessment that you've already determined at this point? I would assume that was done prior to deciding whether or not this is something that we want to move forward with.
Ms. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I stated earlier, we have not done any work on this at this point other than evaluate the condition of the sidewalk. With regards to the fence, which seems to be the conversation, we would be happy to move forward with an evaluation of the original lotting plan, which I'm pretty certain will not show a retaining wall. That the homeowner would then be required to reinstate the lands back to their original grade, at which point we would then go in and install a fence. I believe that's going to cause a few issues with regard to that particular homeowner saying, I didn't put the wall up, somebody else did, not my issue. The town should come in and replace this with a wall. We have not, this grade has been altered and we've seen this before in other areas of the town by the homeowner, previous homeowner, whoever, and they've simply used the fence that is against the walkway as a support structure for retaining, for timbers or whatever other materials they wish to put there. So my concern is that if we need to move forward and replace this or repair this fence, it's going to take some enforcement on the town's part, on the homeowner, to reinstate those lands so that this does not happen again.
Thank you. And while I think that it is probably a better idea to pause it on the fence issue through Mr. Mayor to Mr. Rabuno is because there are a lot of retaining walls within that neighborhood. And we can't determine whether this was the resident who actually had put it in or whether it was a subdivision. And I suspect that because there's, I think, up to 16 different retaining walls on private property that show the exact same age, I highly doubt that every homeowner decided when they moved in, when the homes were built in the same year, I'm going to put a retaining wall in. I just don't see it. And if this is a case of, you know, who's going to pay for what and who's responsible for what in this particular instance, should we not be looking at, you know, this is a full picture in that neighborhood to show whether or not we're showing grace or grandfather in a sense that the town will assume responsibility in certain instances and not others? And is this something we should be looking at?
Mr. Romano?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's going to be a challenge. I think there are issues with retaining walls on adjoining properties. I think what Mr. Downing, his project deals with retaining walls that may be on private lands that abut, you know, public space, a walkway or a road. But there's no question we do have a number of, you know, issues in some of these older neighborhoods where there are, you know, retaining walls, but they're on private property. And it's not really the town's responsibility to deal with those, you know, unless again, it's really a safety issue or those walls could be on town easements.
Counselor?
Appreciate that comment. As far as then for clarity then, because this is town land on the walkway and then private property, and if we go through and greenlight this, which I'm more than happy to greenlight the actual concrete project, do we risk going down the road with this fence being a problem with this walkway moving forward? And then whether or not there's going to be any barriers with the homeowner and how we go about making those repairs or replacement?
Mr. Downey?
Through Mr. Mayor, without a doubt, the fence is leaning, whether it's unsafe is an issue. It is without a doubt restricting public access to that walkway since it's leaning into the walkway. But then so is the cedar hedge on the other side of the walkway. It's growing into the walkway area and is creating or reducing the width of that particular walkway. As they say, our main concern with this project was safety and dealing with the walkway.
Okay.
If we really were not looking at trying to bring any light to the fact that we have a cedar hedge encroaching on one side and a retaining wall pushing a fence over on the other side. That is fairly typical throughout many walkways within the town.
Counselor?
Thank you. That's good to hear. I'm good with the walkway.
Seeing no other comments. Counselor Gardner, you pulled this one. What did you want?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this needs to be a green.
Seconder? Counselor Gilliland? All those in favor? I need hands up high. It looks like it's going to be called. All those in favor? Yep. All those in favor? Opposed? That fails. We need something put forward. Yellow. Thank you, Councilor Gowler. Second. Councilor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. $1646 retaining wall repair. Community Center Lane, 25 and 25 Falling Leaf Court. Councilor Gardner, you pulled this one?
I did, Mr. Mayor. And again, the pictures are unfortunately excellent. They're unfortunate and they're excellent. I mean, how did we let this happen? This is on our municipal property. To whoever, I find this, I'm not going to say anymore. Could I have an explanation, please?
Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we have not been paying attention to town infrastructure for a number of years. One thing that when I took over the portfolio was we didn't have very good information on the state of our infrastructure. That's why we've been working extremely hard on actually getting out and inspecting and determining the state of repairs of our town infrastructure. We are now coming in and addressing many of these outstanding items. Why they weren't done previously, I can't answer that, but I can tell you on my watch, we're working on getting them fixed.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to be quiet. Thank you. It needs to be a green, but the thing, or let me go back. Mr. Downey, it looks terrible. Is there anything we can do just to tidy this up? Or do we really need to do this amount of work here? How much? And again, why are we doing the consulting?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, once again, I'll go back, and we had an assessment done on all our retaining walls and railings. And so this is a result of that assessment.
Oh, my apology.
Secondly, we need to repair or replace this wall. One of the items I brought up was what materials are we using in our walls? Should we be looking at different materials? Is it serving the purpose that we need? And so that's why we need a design engineer in to tell us, is this the best material to be using in this particular situation? And should we simply be looking at replacing this with similar material, or should we be looking at a different material? And so we also have to create specifications and tender documents in order to put this out for public tender. One of the, I guess, beneficial things with regards to this is in the lane behind the community center. So not too many people see it. I suspect that it's been hit a few times by a few trucks and that type of thing. So it is somewhat out of the public eye. However, that doesn't make it any less important with regards to its engineering requirement in order to maintain that slope.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Yes, appreciate the explanation again. Now, and something like this and other things that we've been talking about with respect to looking into what we should be doing to save money in the future, there's nothing under climate change consideration, and or at least with this is the one we're talking about. But in fact, it may have something to do with climate change consideration, because when especially if we're hiring consultants, there are going to be changes that may affect this kind of project with respect to material or grading or anything else. So I think that I think that would be a factual statement. Could you make a comment on that, please?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to grades, we are looking at maintaining grades as is. So I don't believe we'll be looking at any different grade changes. With regards to materials, depending on what is being recommended by the consulting engineer, there may be some climate considerations. I won't argue that. Depending on the materials that they wish to use, there may be some new technologies that we're not aware of that have some climate considerations, but at this point, we're not aware of any, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. It's just that we're not aware.
Counselor?
I'm going to belabor the point, Mr. Downey, with respect to these very intense rainstorms where the ground will not be able to absorb the water. There may be some implications to the grade, keeping the grades stable in a situation like this. So if you would just, speak to the consultant about that, see what they think, and make sure that the ground is prepared for that climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yuan Green.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. Through you, just really quick, there's the two projects that deal with retaining walls, the last two projects. There's $115,000 in consulting. Is there any through you to Mr. Downey, any kind of double dipping in terms of, I heard twice that we're going to establish a I guess a standard. This project is $200,000. 50,000 of that is consulting. Just seems off to me, but maybe.
Mr. Downey.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we actually have consulting fees attached to all of these projects, depending on which ones get approved and which ones don't. My recommendation would be to combine as many of them together in order to get some value with regards to what that engineering might be. So hopefully our consulting fees wouldn't be as high. We move forward these capital projects with the assumption that we can't make the assumption that they're going to be approved. So we have to put consulting fees in separately. But certainly, if there were 3 projects or 4 projects similar, and there might even be something over in development engineering that is somewhat similar, we would combine that together and have one engineering firm and hopefully lower consulting fees. That would be my recommendation.
Councilor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. $16.52 guardrail replacement, Marksbury Court. Councilor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know, this looks pretty bad and pretty dangerous to me. I don't think that, again, I suppose I'm just wondering why this has been left so long. I don't think I need another explanation. I'd like to hear what other councillors think on, I think this should be a green. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, green. Seconder. Councilor Gallo. Seeing any other comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1658, replace asphalt multi-use path on Bayview Avenue, River Ridge Boulevard to Borealis Avenue, Borealis Avenue to Spring Farm Road. Councilor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, Mr. Downey, I know we had talked about this, and I was just a little confused considering it's a regional road while the town was responsible for the budget of this. And you had said something to the effect that the town wanted it, so the town budgeted for it, and so we maintain it. Was this before my time then? I was a little confused with your answer. If you could just kind of give me a little clarity on that.
Mr. Downey.
Through Mr. Mayor, and Mr. Ramuno would maybe like to add to it, but when the region moved forward with Bayview Avenue, or the construction and reconstruction of Bayview Avenue, multi-use paths were not part of their standard. However, the town wanted multi-use paths within Bayview Avenue. So the region said, we have no objection to that. We'll make sure that we provide space for you to do that. However, the cost of that will be the municipalities. The maintenance of that will be the municipalities, and the repair and replacement of that will be upon the municipality. The region has no interest in providing multi-use paths within the regional roads. It's a service level that we have identified within the town of Aurora, not within York Region.
Councilor.
Thank you. I guess we were ahead of our time wanting these things. I understand the region is working towards their 30-year plan to put more multi-use paths on regional roads, but obviously Aurora is not a top priority within their 10-year capital plan, from what I understand. I want to see this done. I want to see more multi-use paths in Aurora. It's just a shame that the region doesn't kick in as much as they do. I don't know, through you, Mr. Mayor, is there any way we can, the region, can we, honestly, I just think they need to step up a little more in this regard. And it's a shame that all of this falls onto the municipality. If you could, I'm sorry, I didn't preface this to you before, but
It's fine. I mean, I absolutely, Councillor, and I can say that I've advocated, and I know that previous mayors have advocated long and hard at the region in regards to whether it's multi-use paths, whether it's expanding roads within our community, whether it's the 404 interchange at St. John's. We've advocated long and hard. The problem is we are one vote, as everyone knows. Unfortunately, the southern municipalities, when you combine Richmond Hill, Markham, and Vaughan, the three of them together basically have the majority of the votes at regional council. So that's why you see a lot of the majority of the projects end up in the southern municipalities. That's why us in the northern six have long advocated for some much needed change when it comes to governance structure within York region. So that way us in the northern municipalities can have a little bit more say in how the region provides infrastructure, especially at the regional level for our municipality. I'll continue to fight for that. And I know that my colleagues in the Northern Six will continue to fight for that as well. So hopefully we'll get the much needed change to get those proper services within our community on the regional roads. So.
thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sure all of Aurora does too. And hopefully we can get that extra seat somewhere to get a little bit more of a stronger voice. I guess just one final question through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Downey. Given that the asphalt had a rather short lifespan, at least in my opinion, is this replacing just with asphalt? Is there other materials that you've considered for more longevity? Obviously, we want to encourage people with bikes and running and strollers. Or are we just going with status quo the way it is now?
Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the town standard is asphalt, so we are proposing to replace with the town standard. If council wishes to improve that or increase that standard to concrete or something different, we have no objection. However, that's not an indication that we have received from council. So we are replacing with the town standard.
Councillor.
Thank you. And I really don't know of other technologies out there other than what you had just said. If anything was more cost effective, but certainly wouldn't be in support of concrete because it's not easy on the knees. Other than that, I do support the multi-use path. It's just, it's unfortunate that we have to incur these costs. So I'm just going to pass the baton to my other councillors here to put in their say. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo, just before I go, I just got one question. Mr. Downey, can we not look at also possibly looking at, and I apologize, I didn't read the full report on this specific item because I was just in favor of it, but can we look at actually providing maybe some markings as well to identify that it is a multi-use path? I think that sometimes people just don't realize that it's actually there. And I've heard that before when I talk to residents that, you know, we need to provide more opportunities for whether it's cyclists or for other types of, vehicles, I guess you could say within those walkways. And I said that, well, they actually do exist. And so some of them don't realize that they're there. And I think that if maybe we provided some markings on them, that might, from a visual perspective, allow people to understand that they are there and they're there for their use.
To you, Mr. Mayor, no objection to that at all. I think it's a good idea. So sure, we can do that, and I'm sure we can do that within our project. If not, we can do it within our operating. Okay. So that's not a concern.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. I have nothing useful to add to this other than my frustration with the way the region spends their money. Perhaps if they didn't spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on an empty Taj Mahal on Yonge Street, these type of projects might have been a better use of our money.
And what I'll throw to that, Councillor, I wasn't there to approve that, so I agree with. I agree with you. So I won't get it. That's another discussion for another day. But absolutely, Councillor Kim, and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. On the report, it says replace asphalt multi-use path on Bayview River Ridge to Borealis, and the budget is 200,000. And in the report, it says multi-use path on Bayview Avenue from River Ridge to Borealis and Borealis to Spring Farm. So through you to Mr. Downey, can you confirm that this is indeed all the way from River Ridge to Spring Farm as opposed to just Borealis?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a challenge of the limitation within the project name.
Okay.
So it was actually dropped off. You can see that there's a semicolon and it should have
Okay.
carried on, but we simply can't fit that in on that particular page. So the description provided accuracy.
And thank you.
Counselor?
And while the asphalt is being redone, are there any risks to damaging the sidewalks? I mean, the sidewalks is not indicated to be R&R'd, and they look fine, and I walk on it regularly, so looks fine. But is there any risk to any peripheral damage?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, quick answer to that is no, we're not overly concerned about damage. Where the concern is the interface between the asphalt and the concrete, because they expand and contract differently depending on the weather. And sometimes we get a difference in elevation between the two. And that creates an issue for us, creates a tripping hazard, that type of thing. So that's our bigger concern, is to make sure that we have a sufficient base in there so that we don't get a dramatic change in the expansion of both of those materials.
Counselor?
Thank you. And I guess I'm assuming that I suspect that the Wellington, I mean, the multi-use path there, Wellington, it's in large parts of it in the same condition. I guess the same thing would go there, and that, we hope that the region takes responsibility, but we'd only do it if we're going to pay for it, right? So, but just a comment there that it'd be nice to have Wellington done as well. But not for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do find this infuriating as well, with the amount of work and public relations that the region has done with respect to active transportation. Here's a perfect example of where we could put some serious active transportation that would be appreciated. So I think this needs to be done. This looks like a tripping hazard to me. And also with respect to the markings, I mean, this doesn't look very inviting. So it would be good to improve this so that people could use it properly. I'd just like to leave a thought with Mr. Downey or Mr. Muno as we go forward. And let me step back. Is any of this is this because of water infiltration?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll say no, maybe a little bit, but the issue with asphalt is that it really needs traffic. It works really well on roads. It doesn't work quite as well in pedestrian areas because it needs traffic. It needs to move. It needs to be, the surface needs to continue to be worked. And so that creates a bit of an issue. And the other issue is the ongoing maintenance of these, as you can appreciate, is somewhat problematic. We do our very best to try to get as much of crack sealing within our road structure done. You can imagine if we tried to do this within the multi-use paths, it'd be well beyond our budget. And so it's something that we couldn't do, and it would only extend the life, but it's the use of the material or the material that's being used. As I say, one of my concerns here is I think we need to get a better base. And that is going to help with any movement, any frost movement within the ground that starts to break up that concrete. And once it starts to crack, then the freeze thaw cycle starts doing some more damage to those cracks.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Downey. And we had that comprehensive consultant's report. And you've spoken before about the freeze thaw cycle, which is going to be a bigger effect as climate change increases. So Mr. Downey, you have tried to look at alternative pavement or ground solutions in the past, and sometimes it's come back to bite you, us, and sometimes it's worked out. So I think this would be a perfect time of the world for us to start to seriously look at what else we could use that might better deal with climate change. And I imagine at this point, when you did the parking lot at Shepherd's Bush, that was really such an interesting idea, such a great idea. And it certainly sounded like it was going to work. We've come a long way since then. The world has come a long way since then. So could you, keep looking at what else might be within the realm of plausibility, and because we would have better knowledge now of what new idea, of how these new ideas have actually worked in reality. Thank you.
I'm seeing heads nodding, so yes, Councillor. Thank you. Any other comments? Do we have a green on this one?
Yes.
Yeah, second. Councillor Weiss, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Do you think we can get one more in 5 minutes? We'll try. Depending on the past, I'd say no, we're not going to get it in 5 minutes, but we'll try. 1666. Structural lining of sanitary surface and laterals. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. It's just really quick follow-up. I know I've been back and forth with some emails on this, and essentially, from what I understand, we have 10 years of footage, and we're 5 years rather footage that we're kind of behind on. And from what I understand is once this footage is taken operationally, then is passed the baton over to the planning department, and then they are required, or they're in need of rather, having an assessment done through consultants to identify the infrastructure. And I guess my question is through Mr. Mayor to Mr. Downey or Ramuto, whoever wants to ask, is there a way of streamlining it between departments so it's not like a separate line item? Because from what I gather, the work is kind of done operationally with the video, and then it's done with a consultant in the planning and development. I don't know why, as this video footage is being done, why that data couldn't be collected and recorded with those recommendations at the same time. So we're not going back 5 years and looking at all this data. I'm just trying to find if there's a way to streamline it with more efficiency.
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's always opportunities, and maybe I'll give a little bit of history if I might. I know we're like looking at the clock too. So the project began 4 years ago. For once again, we did not have a good picture of what our infrastructure was like. So we sat down with development engineering at the time, who would normally do this work as part of their road reconstruction program. So we tried to marry the two together, knowing that we wanted to do 10% of the town per year as far as a closed circuit TV image on our sewers. And what we did was we concentrated on those areas that development engineering were looking at road reconstruction, so we weren't doing it twice. So we're looking at some efficiencies there. With that, they would then take that imagery and have their design consultant determine, based on that imagery, what needed to be done. This is not necessarily tied to the road reconstruction program by development engineering, but rather us trying to ensure that our infrastructure below the ground is in good repair. And if not, what do we need to do in order to fix that? So that's why the consulting fees are attached to it. So they're looking at all the images that development engineering aren't looking at and evaluating what I'm recommending, what needs to be done. And then there's a capital project attached to that to fix those areas. I talk about I&I or infiltration into the pipe. And what we're trying to do is limit that or we'd love to eliminate it. I don't know if it can be totally eliminated, but we'd like to limit the amount of groundwater or water coming into our sanitary sewers so that it maximizes the capacity within those sewer pipes. A lining program would assist us in reducing that amount of infiltration. Additional to that, we are also working with development engineering on developing new design standards and materials that reduce the amount of I&I and also provide more longevity to our sanitary sewers. So hopefully that's helpful.
Counselor?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the backstory there. I appreciate that. I understand that we are behind. Are we going to be able to catch up? Because we are moving ahead with these assessments and such. And I just want to ensure we're not chasing your tail and getting in this vicious circle to where we can never really find ourselves catching up.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're behind the eight ball right now. So we're behind. I believe this project is going to help us get ahead of this, which is where we want to be. This will go a long way in assisting us in making sure that our underground infrastructure is in good shape.
Counselor?
Great, thanks. That's all I would.
Green? Seconder? Counselor Kemp? Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Council, lunch. 12 o'clock. What are we doing? Half an hour? 12:30. We'll be back here in the council chamber. Okay. And we are back. Thank you. Okay. Council 1668. Facilities replacement of GMC Savannah van to half-ton. Councilor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. Just getting back to the pages where we are. I believe this is with the truck. Is that where we're at? What's the number?
1668.
I don't find it on my page here, but I believe that I had some through Mr. Mayor, Mr. Downey, some email correspondence in regards to the GMC versus the F-150, and I wasn't following the bouncing ball. I think you're supposed to get back to me because the assessment page was a different vehicle than the replacement vehicle comparator. And so I was a little confused as to why we're using assessment from a different vehicle with the business case.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I apologize for the confusion. Totally our responsibility. So the evaluation sheet that you have before you is for the correct vehicle. It's a F-150. The description, the project description is incorrect. This is a facilities vehicle, and they want to replace that half-ton with another half-ton. So costing for this is correct, but the description is wrong.
Councilor?
Thank you. So the be all end all result is that this vehicle is still needed. It's just a different description.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Facilities has asked for this truck to be replaced. And as I say, the evaluation sheet is correct.
Councilor?
Thank you. Okay, if that is the case, and just, I know I had another question regarding mileage, and if I'm just looking at the actual vehicle equipment in 112 kilometers, just help me understand when we're at end of life, when it comes to that mileage, because I look at that as not very much mileage on a vehicle. Just help me understand where that assessment comes in and making that determination that it's a vehicle of not of use anymore at that level.
Mr. Downey?
So certainly through you, Mr. Mayor, vehicles has always been an issue for council with regards to repair and replacement and new vehicles. So in 2019, actually it was in 2018, I believe, but council asked us to do a complete fleet review. We produced 3 documents and presented them to council. The first was a fleet life cycle analysis and long-term capital plan. The second was a fleet best management practice and review. And the final was a fleet management strategy. Within that, parameters for evaluation of vehicles was identified, which is the reason you see the word threshold. So in that report, the consultants had identified certain thresholds that needed to be or should be met with regards to vehicle replacement. So the threshold for this vehicle on life cycle is 8 years, and it's now 9 years. So it's 1 year over the threshold, and the threshold for its mileage is 80,000 kilometers, and it's currently at 112. So we use those to assist council in determining whether or not this vehicle does or does not meet the fleet management strategy recommendations.
Councilor?
Thank you. I guess I understand what you're following. Maybe I didn't follow bouncing ball when it was released about the actual mileage in kilometers. Just because, again, like I said, 80 or 112 doesn't seem like a lot of kilometers. Obviously, we're getting a lot of use out of it, which is great. Because I don't have a proper business case in front of me, with a $3,500 of investment into repairs for a vehicle, then is, the cost benefit of buying new. It's something that can wait at this point, considering, I look at the mileage being very low. The cost of repair doesn't seem overly high. Brakes, tires are pretty common thing to fix in a vehicle, maybe a little bit of body work. I don't really have any photos here to kind of explain the context of that, but doesn't seem like an elaborate amount of repairs to any kind of general vehicle. So in your opinion, is this something that could wait?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the fleet management strategy, and one of the reasons we also did the long-term capital plan. We have taken all vehicles, existing and proposed, and put them into a plan. And we have then determined what the financial requirements of that plan are, and that falls within our reserve. This vehicle, as any vehicle, can wait. I'm not suggesting that they can't. The issue is, it doesn't take it out of the capital. So you either replace it this year, or you replace it next year, or you replace it the year after that, but it doesn't come out of that capital plan. What we're trying to do is we're trying to maximize our investment into repair and replacement each year. So that, because once we hit a certain threshold, we don't get to spend any more money. That the plan is that you're allowed X number of dollars per year in order to keep that reserve healthy, and that has been coordinated with the finance department as well as ourselves. So if this vehicle isn't replaced, there's another vehicle that I might propose to put in that isn't on the list, because we are trying to maximize or meet our threshold each year. And we're concerned that if we don't do vehicles according to this plan, there will then be a backlog and not sufficient funds in order to address the needs when that need becomes apparent. So yes, the vehicles can wait. We are not recommending that they do wait. We do identify the vehicle repairs in order to assist council on a couple of things. First of all, to give you some indication what work needs to be done. But secondly, we're having ongoing operating pressures on all our fleet in order to make sure that they are kept up and safe. And so that becomes an additional operating pressure instead of a capital pressure. So I hope that helps.
Counselor?
Thank you. Yeah, that totally helps. But I heard the term words recommending that you can wait. So maybe it should be conditional at this point. It would be nice to have a business case and as well. It doesn't have any indications, even if you were going to replace it, that there was any EV strategy, because I know that's something that was also part of that fleet strategy. I think the intention was to move to EV. Is there any way you could shed some light on that?
Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly. It's actually on the bottom, explain the climate impacts of the project. It says an electric or hybrid will be purchased if the opportunity exists. So when we go out for a vehicle, we always go out for a hybrid or electric vehicle as an option. And depending on where that falls in the budget, we then may or may not move forward with that vehicle.
Counselor?
Thank you. And as you're saying, if this doesn't go ahead, and you're saying you have another vehicle in question that you want to bring forward, is it of a similar age? Like, I'm just trying to understand, because I look at this and go, wow, this doesn't seem like we really need to replace it right now. I know you don't want everything to bottleneck at once, but at the same time, I don't want to get caught replacing and recycling and doing things when it's not really ready. Did we just buy a whole bunch of stuff at the same time, and that's what led us to this position? Like, help me understand.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. No, the issue isn't whether we bought a bunch of stuff at the same time. The issue is if we followed the strategy, this vehicle should have been replaced last year, but we didn't, because we didn't have the funding in order to do that, even though it met the thresholds. So we start bringing vehicles on. Over lunch, I had a conversation with the Director of Corporate Services. They have a bylaw vehicle they would desperately love to have replaced. It's not on the list because we haven't got the funding in order to do it. It will be in next year's list, but it's not on this list. So if this one doesn't go, I'm sure Tasha would love us to bring on that bylaw vehicle. And so that's part of that challenge, and that's part of the moving of the pieces. And we're thinking, okay, perhaps we can get another year out of that, and that makes sense to us, but this vehicle doesn't. That's the concern, is that we will create a bottleneck and we only have X number of dollars in order to deal with.
Counselor?
Thank you. And having said that, then, perhaps, corporate services vehicle is a higher priority.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't believe it is. But I'm certainly, I can understand why the Director of Corporate Services would want it to be. However, we service the needs of corporate services, facilities, and operations. In fact, this is a facilities vehicle. They would like to see it replaced. It's causing them some issues. So we listen to those things. We listen to our mechanics, and we say, this is what we think is the vehicles that need to be replaced this year.
Counselor?
Thank you. Well, I'm going to pass the baton if anybody else has any comments or questions. I'll just leave the fact that, again, I would have been nice to see a business case that was appropriate description to understand what the shortfalls are. Because according to the graph on the right, with the indicators of what's poor are all pretty generalized things that don't seem like they're of high priority. I prefer to see this at least wait. Maybe there's something else that's got a higher priority somewhere else.
Thank you. Any other comments, or questions on this? Counselor, what did you want this one to be? Have a seconder? I have no seconder. Someone want to put something on? I can get a second. Green, Michael. Sorry, Counselor Thompson. Any? Counselor Kim, second. Thank you. All those in favor? I need hands up high. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? Counselor, Counselor Gardner, you were in favor? I just want to make. Sorry, I didn't get that. You're on mute, Counselor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm not.
No,
I'm
you're
not
okay.
in
I just wanted to know because I didn't see at what time your hand came
You're
up.
at
Anyway,
the fight,
okay.
yes.
So that passes. I got 4-3 in favor. Next, I have 1676 roads, 3/4 ton pickup. Counselor Kim.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I did have a good conversation during lunch. I don't have any concerns, and frankly, I recall that we did have a fleet report, and my questions are really mute because the whole point of having a 10-year capital plan when it comes to fleet and other assets is that we follow that schedule. There's a reason why companies like to scale because there's a plan according to that scaling, and similarly, when you have a fleet plan, you want to stick to it. There's always going to be some vehicles that may seem, healthy enough to go an extra year or so, but there are advantages of optimization of flow to follow the plan. And so I really don't have any concerns. I was just my questions were regarding the large variance in terms from one vehicle to another. And I know that this vehicle has, like a 40% increase versus, a 1-ton pickup. And my question is just regarding that. Seeing that I already tabled this, if Mr. Downey wants to share what he shared with me, but I'm perfectly fine with going green.
Mr. Downey, did you just want to maybe let all of council know?
Certainly, I'll try to be brief. If anyone's tried to buy a vehicle recently, it's a challenge, and just availability is an issue. So many of the vehicles, once the capital budget is approved, when it goes out to tender, some of the things that we do, first of all, we contact all the local dealers to find out whether or not, just to tell them there's a bid out and they want to bid on it or whatever. And quite often, recently, we have not received any bids at all on certain vehicles. So then we, according to the procurement bylaw, we then start single sourcing these vehicles, and we go far and wide looking for particular vehicles within. I think this one is out of Barrie. I think this is where we finally found a dealer who had this. The issue then is availability. And what we're finding is that even though we have ordered a 2022 vehicle, they'll come back and say, I'm sorry, but we can no longer provide that 2022 vehicle. It now needs to be a 2023 vehicle. And the additional price on that is $15,251. So that's the reason that you see some of these, is that we've ordered a vehicle, council's approved this vehicle, and yet the execution of us actually receiving the vehicle has been somewhat problematic in that they need additional funding.
Thank you. Councilor Ken?
I'm fine. No further comments.
Thank you. Any other comments? So you'll go green. Seconder? Councilor Thompson? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next, we have 1678, which is the 6-ton diesel dump with sander. Councilor Gallo.
Thank you. Just some questions about that one. We had last year approved 300,000 and it shows up in 2022 as 300,000. And in sorry, I'm just pulling this out. It says in the 10-year capital that it was part of the 10-year capital. But in 2021, I believe, it was in 2025. It was scheduled to be replaced in 2025. And just a better understanding of why we shifted. And I guess we can assume the $75,000 increase is also price increase.
Mr. Downey?
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, this vehicle was actually a subject of a report that was presented to council in June. When we were looking for capital authority to purchase a 6-ton vehicle, and we needed additional funding because that vehicle went was increased by about 52,000. Pardon?
Mr. Mayor, I think Kessel, did you want to add something? I'm sorry.
Mr. Downey, I thought that was the growth vehicle that was included in that report. The growth vehicle was included in that report that was.
The
already
growth
approved.
vehicles. Okay. Mr. Downey, continue. Your mic's not
so,
on there.
So we needed additional funding in order to do that. One of the issues related to these vehicles is it takes an extremely long time for us to get them. And in fact, it takes somewhere around 18 months from the time we order them to the time we actually get them. And so we presented a report to council indicating that we know that when the next vehicle needs to be replaced, if we put the order in now, we might actually get it in the year that we want it. So that's the premise behind buying this vehicle now, and that's what the premise was in the report. Additional to that, within the report is that we have also going to be bringing in another in-house snow route in 2024. So we're going to need additional vehicle support in order to do that. So that's the long story of why we are where we are right now.
Councilor?
And I don't, thank you for the report. I faintly remember it, but does it speak to, like, last year in our 10-year capital plan, this was budgeted for or projected to be replaced in 2025. Now we have it in front of us as a 2023 project, 2025, $300,000. Now it's 2023, $375,000. So there must be more of a reason why we brought it forward from 2025 to 2023.
Mr. Downey?
I get the price.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the main reason we brought it forward is because when we order them, it takes 18 months. So in order for us to get this vehicle, if we waited to 2025, we wouldn't get it until probably 2027. So knowing that the delivery time is so long, we wanted to report to council and ask permission to order 2 instead of 1, knowing that this would satisfy our needs in 2025.
Counselor?
Thank you. I'm just rereading the thing because I feel like that would have been good information in here. Maybe I missed it, but I don't read it in the budget sheet that's the rationale. Doesn't speak to it being in the capital budget last year for 2025. I just happened to go back and search it and find out that it is. So I understand the rationale now. It just would have been helpful for it to be explained in the budget sheet. That's the reason for it.
Okay. Thanks, Counselor. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you. Following on that, I'm just, in the description, it talks about the fact that the repairs are required for approximately $78,000, which is a new engine and other components and stuff, and speaks to the downtown, the unreliability. So going to your comment about 18 months, well, are we spending $78,000 to repair this vehicle so that it'll be operational in the interim until it gets replaced in 18 months? How is that going to unfold? Because I'm missing something here, because we're saying we need to move forward with this because this vehicle is unreliable. We can't afford the downtime. But yet at the same time, it sounds like we're still going to use it for the next 18 months and have to sink $80,000 into it.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a little bit of both. So the issue is how many spare vehicles, or if we have a spare vehicle available to us. So quite often what we do is our older vehicles become spares, so that if we have a breakdown, we can then go to that particular vehicle. And it might operate 10% of the time that a normal vehicle would, because it's a spare and we're waiting for it to be replaced. With regards to any repairs, if there was any delay or major delay in us being able to get vehicles for replacement, we may have to actually expend that money in order to get that vehicle up and operational if we actually needed it. Additional to that, there's always a resale value. So the resale value on that vehicle would increase if it was actually operational as opposed to not operational. So all those considerations go into whether or not we do or do not do those repairs. I can't tell you off the top of my head whether or not that repair was actually done. And I'd be happy to report back on that if you wish.
Counselor?
I wouldn't mind some further information, just to understand whether that $78,000 is spent, is going to be spent, or is, I guess, not required, and we're going to just make do with that vehicle for the next 12 to 18 months until the new one comes in. Because it's just, maybe it's just me, but there's a disconnect there with we need to spend $80,000 just for a vehicle that we're only going to use for another year. And I get the fact that there's going to be a resale value, but we already say right now that the current value is less than $30,000 to it. So are we going to recoup that investment? So I'd appreciate any additional information around how this vehicle will be utilized over the next 18 months while we wait for that replacement that you speak of.
Okay. Counselor Gow? Yellow, I'm assuming, or green? Yellow?
Sure.
For that further report?
Sure.
Okay, and I'll second it. So yellow by Counselor Gallo, second by Counselor Thompson. Anything else? Mr. Downey, yes?
I apologize, but I just want some clarification. The additional report is what work has been done on that existing vehicle, not whether or not we need this vehicle or not. Am I clear? Am I understanding? Because we've already got a council report stating that we were going to move forward with this vehicle. So the questions were
to clarify the comment within the budget sheets that say repairs are required of approximately $78,000. And so are we going to move forward with that? And the vehicle is only going to be used for 12 months. So in other words, and then what? I just want to understand that piece. And intuitively, it just sounds like that's not a good investment. But if that's what has to be done because we can't afford to take that one vehicle out of circulation and we need to spend $80,000 for a 1-year use of this, then I just want to understand.
Thank you for the clarification. That's what my understanding was. I just wanted to make sure that that was what the report was on. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, that carries. 1691. Zero turn mower. Councilor Gallo.
Thank you. It should say zero turn motors. It was confusing initially for me. I looked at this item in previous budgets and it was some $25,000 and now we're at 160 and then finally realized it's actually set. It should say mowers because there's 7 of them. And I think we only have 7. So my first question is, well, let me back up just 1 second. I would have hoped to have seen in the description a link between what's being asked and the studies that we've conducted to justify the replacement of all of these vehicles. That's a general statement that I think there's only one that makes reference to the study that we conducted in, I think, 2018. Because to me, that's at least helpful. It's saying we've identified these in the study. This is the criteria for which we have to replace them. And this is the year that at least the study has said needs replacing. And unless I've missed something, I don't see it in any of these vehicles. This in particular, I'd like to better understand if there is a link to the study of why we're replacing all 7 at once, and why they're not staggered. Were they all purchased at one time? And they've got equal use, and so we're faced with this, or is it an economy of scale? We need to do all 7. Let's do it now because it'll be cheaper. There's some more information on why it's a wholesale fleet.
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding is, yes, they were all purchased at the same time. So we purchased 7. And they have met their threshold in accordance with the fleet management study, which is 5 years. If council wishes, we can stagger this purchase over a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year period, if that's what you choose. Like I say, that would then perhaps give some room for bringing other vehicles into the capital budget that require replacement.
Councilor.
So through to Mr. Mayor, Mr. Downey, are these identified to be replaced this year in the study?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the study has identified the useful life of these as 5 years, which is where we are.
Councilor.
And just to be clear, in case I missed something, it's not in the budget sheet, a link to that study.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't make reference to the study in any of our purchases. We use the study in order to assist us in evaluating when we bring the vehicles on board. I'm happy to change the budget sheets or put some additional wording in the budget sheets that says in accordance with our fleet management strategy, if that assists council in the decision making.
Councilor.
It does for me only, especially if it deviates from it, like the last one. It was supposed to be in 2025 and we've moved forward. We got a report, all of that wasn't part of the report, but especially if we deviate from it, it's good to know the study said something, but the reality is something else. And then we can move forward. My preference is to stagger, but I don't know what the repercussions of that, and I don't want to necessarily have any, both in terms of any breakdown and additional cost if we do 3 and 4 or whatever the breakdown is. If we feel that we need them all, I think in the future we should probably, when we purchase them, to do our best to stagger these things just to mitigate the budget impact and spread it over multiple years.
Thank you. Counselor Weiss.
The fleet management and life cycle of these, but do we have any maintenance management information about it, like we had on the truck where it was obvious that there are some problems there? Do you have any records on maintenance, that some are in better shape than others, considering what Councillor Gallo said about maybe we can stagger this, maybe some are in better shape, some are not, just to stagger it through?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did an evaluation, but as you can see, it was evaluation of all of them. We didn't do we didn't provide council with an individual evaluation. Happy to do that. We could provide an individual evaluation. There may be some machines that are perhaps in better shape than others. And I can't answer that without a separate evaluation sheet. We have provided information that we feel that all the units combined are going to need anywhere between $12,000 to $16,000 worth of repairs. As I say, we take a look at that number and we are concerned about how much money we have available to us in our operating budget. And so this has a direct impact on, if we keep them and we spend it, that puts some pressure on my operating budget. And that's my only concern.
Counselor.
That's good, thanks.
Counselor Gilliland.
Thank you. So I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess councillors asking for the already evaluation form that we have in our package.
Downey.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't quite understand the question.
Well,
Counselor?
sorry, if I may. So yeah, there is an evaluation form on the equipment with estimations of, different components of the parts. So we asked, is Councillor was asking for a separate per mower?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, my understanding from Councillor Weiss was that he would like to see an evaluation on each piece of equipment. So an evaluation in 245, an evaluation 246, an evaluation 247.
That's what I asked.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what he would like to see.
Counselor.
Thank you. And, I did appreciate the business case. I understand the life cycles of these pieces of equipment and we do utilize them quite a bit. So I do appreciate that. Is there some power in purchasing when you are purchasing a large quantity? 7, is that considered a large quantity for us to acquire somewhat of a discount?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm never quite sure whether or not there is a discount or not in because that's not part of our procurement process. So they say it's X number of dollars and they don't give us necessarily a deal if we buy, 7 as opposed to 3. We would not know that unless we only asked for 3 and figured out what the unit price for 3 was, and then we ordered 7 and found out what that unit price was. So that isn't generally the discussion that we have. It's not the reason that we would go off and do this. The equipment needs to be replaced, and it needs to be replaced in a timely fashion. So I don't believe that there's going to be an economy of scale in buying 7 as opposed to 3.
Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Weiss, second time.
Yeah. Do you anticipate any procurement problems like you do with? Is it easier to get 3 or 4 than it is 7? And will we get them in a timely manner, or is this a whole different animal?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's generally a totally different animal. I'm hesitant in saying that, in that we haven't been buying these as often as we have vehicles, but we haven't in the past experienced a problem getting them. There's a longer delivery time than normal or than we previously experienced, but that doesn't normally turn into unavailability or an increased cost or that type of thing.
Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Yellow. How about Yellow? We get the further report with a breakdown of each one individually. Mr. Downey, you understand? You got that? Thank you.
So we also get a copy of the various reports. I sent an email. I don't know what Mr. Downey got it or not, but just a copy of the reports that we did in 2018.
Copy of the reports in 2018.
Digital copy. We're in blue.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, are you talking about these three?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll see if I can't get electronic copies to
Okay.
Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Seconder? It's yellow. Thank you, Councillor Weiss. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. $16.95 playground replacement, walkway repaving, basketball resurfacing, Summit Park. Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. I just want to move that as is, and just a quick comment, just following up what I had suggested before, that moving forward, as we are designing and putting a plan in place for the replacement of this park, to consider a future outdoor fitness park. So I know that is something that we are looking at potentially integrating within our park areas. And I do believe that this has an opportunity to make room for such a project. Through Mr. Mayor and Mr. Downey, is that something that could be of consideration?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have two options I think that perhaps the council could look at. One is when the Parks and Recreation Master Plan comes forward, that a recommendation come from council that a fitness trail be included in the park. Alternatively, you can add money to this particular project in anticipation of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and then we can either move or not move forward with that component of the park based on the council approved budget.
Council.
Thank you. Two things I just want to clarify. One, you said fitness trail, and I think I was interested in a fitness park.
Okay.
Secondly, if you're asking me to increase the capital budget, is there a specific dollar figure amount that would be conducive to this ask?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I would recommend $70,000.
70?
70.
Councilor.
Thank you. I'm going to wait and see what other council members think of that, but I do think it would be great to leave that part as a conditional component to add to that. Should we want to move forward?
Councilor Weiss.
Question stems out of the last conversation we had about lighting. Outdoor basketball courts, it's come to my attention through a number of residents that lighting the actual court would be an advantage, particularly in the summertime when it gets its maximal use, so they could use it up to 11 o'clock. We've had a lot of increase in outdoor basketball interest, and this would just extend that playing surface for ourselves. So I'd like you to think about considering that. I have no idea what it would cost to do that. And as Councillor Gilliland asked you, do you have an idea of what lighting for that size of a outdoor court would cost?
Mr. Downey.
Through you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate you asking me ahead of time. So yes, I have a cost estimate, and I would recommend that perhaps we do the same thing as we did with the fitness park, is that we add that to the capital budget for council consideration. And that number is $25,000.
Councilor.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilor Thompson.
Just with respect to the lighting, Mr. Downey, often with park design, we go out to the community, get feedback. I think we're going to do that with regards to, if we could do this with regards to Summit Park, just to get some feedback on the lighting. I know in the past, we've had residents and delegates come over the years to either advocate or raise concerns about lighting and in their backyard and in their homes. So I just want to make sure, while I support the idea, that we're not opening Pandora's box and creating another issue with regards to lighting, and that the residents in the area are also aware of it.
Standing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have no issue notifying the area residents that we are looking at lighting the basketball. Normally, the concerns that we get from residents is the noise that it makes, as opposed to the fact that it's lit. So now the noise would be able to go on longer. So that might be their issue with the lighting of the court. So, but we have no objection to contacting the area residents.
Just as long as we're notifying the residents, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Weiss, second time.
On the same vein, this actually came from the neighborhood, so, but, you know, it's not always the same one thinks one thing and one another, but maybe if this is going to be one of those pilots that we do, we look at one outdoor and get it lit. And then the second thing is that we do some monitoring on it to see whether there's increase in the amount of activity on it, to see whether it's valuable to others. So that may fall to community services. I don't know where, but I think the metrics are kind of important to see whether these are actually being used and by who. So just a comment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Gallo, did you want to? I see you reaching, so that's why I asked before. I was going to ask. Go ahead.
For clarification in terms of how we're moving forward.
That's why I was going to go back to the two councilors over there, because they brought up maybe some additional items that they would like to add into this capital project. So I was going to ask them how they would like to move forward, and then
Sure.
Then we'll figure it out. So I'll leave it to one of you two to maybe explain how you'd like to move forward with this. Councilor Weiss, did you want to? Yeah.
Well, for me, I think it should be conditional based upon a report back on the actual costs and come and revisit again.
So how about we do conditional upon a report coming back with the additional costs for both
lighting and the fitness,
lighting and
fitness area.
The fitness area. Is that good? Good. So I'm assuming I'll move it by Councilor Weiss, seconded by Councilor Gilliland. Okay. All right. Good. Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1697 pathway paving various park trails. Councilor Kim.
Upon first reading, it seems like this is, similar to the unplanned emergency repairs in budget item for community services. It seemed like a contingency item, which is I'm a supporter of. We need to mitigate for future emergency repairs. But reading it again, it's not clear to me whether this is for unplanned potential, washouts and runoff and repairs, or whether we actually know the location that needs to be repaired. And I think it's important that we know that difference. And so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Downey, do we already know what those problem areas are that we are going to pay because of continuous runoffs and slope degradation from the past?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we do. We know where those are. We've identified those areas. We haven't done that in this report. I'm happy to provide a list of those areas if that would assist council. The paving of these walkways is beyond the council approved standard, which is a granular pathway, and many of our trails are granular. We want to now upgrade that to asphalt in order to stop these washouts. That's why it's a capital budget sheet.
Councilor.
Yeah, thank you. And my ask is just that for future, I would imagine this is not going to be the only time that's going to be on here. It'll probably be on for a few more years or continuously. So if we can have those areas that are going to be repaired, I think it would just be good for us to know. Because certainly, if it needs repair a second time within a set period of time, then I think we need to know that the town has to go back and repair something. So that's just the ask, is to itemize what areas is going to be serviced. Thank you. Green is fine.
Okay. Councilor Gallo. Just 1 sec. The mic's not on yet. There you go.
Thank you. Just any comments on the budget increase of 30,000? Do I got that right? I see in the previous sheet we had 30,000 for 2022 and 30,000 for 2023. Just any comments on the increase? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This issue is worse than we had anticipated, and so we need more money. It's as simple as that. There are more areas now than we had originally anticipated. So we've identified this as an additional cost in 2023.
Councilor.
Okay. So it's really only, well, based on last year's data sheet, it was, we had budgeted 30,000 for 2022, and then we projected another 30,000 for 2023. So in 2023, we had, I'm not sure I understand the 69.3 in previous budget authority. I guess it includes that. Well, I'm not sure where that's from. But the proposed change, it's a little confusing. It's 39,300. We're adding 30,000 to the previous 69.3. Sorry, we're adding 30,000 to the previous 39.3.
Councillor,
Sure.
Mayor Van Kessel seems like she knows what you're about to ask, so she's going to jump in. Ms. Mayor Van Kessel, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the previously approved budget is 30,000.
Yeah.
And we are adding 39,300 for a total proposed budget approval of 69,300. So the 39,300 is the increase to the budget.
Yeah, and realistically, last year we had identified an additional 30,000 in 2023. If we look at last year's data sheet, it says 30,000 for 2022, 30,000 for 2023 anticipated. So we're only adding 9,300.
I see heads nodding. So yes, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Weiss.
My question is more prospective than retrospective, and I'm wondering, you must have done some studies on where the vulnerable sections of our trail systems are, and do you anticipate 2024, 25, 26 to have similar types of things? And because it's important from an active transportation standpoint in our trail system, are these the most vulnerable places, and do you anticipate more, or is that study been done and you know what's next?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we didn't have a study done. This is based on our history. We have in our operating budget funds in order to assist us in the repair of walkways and granular walkways. So we got to a point where we've come back 6 times and okay, so got to do something different. And that's what spurred this project on. I think we understand where those areas are. There may be some additional areas in future years. If there are, if we can accommodate them in our operating, fine. If we can't, then we may be putting another capital sheet in. But it's based on our experience on how often and how many times we repair that granular walkway.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kim, you said green. Seconder. Councillor. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 16-100. M&O and underground infrastructure rehabilitation, Murray Drive, Kennedy Street West, Pinehurst Court, Rose Court. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. I need some help with this one as well. Follow the bouncing ball. Well, maybe I just asked a question. Where did we get the 5 million? Sorry, 1 sec. The previously approved budget of 5,000,123. Where did that come from?
Mr. Romano. Anka.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a previously approved budget for this project to resurface Murray Drive and Kennedy and some courts adjacent to Murray Drive. And the culvert east of Nisbet, located east of Nisbet, needs to be replaced. And this was not it's part of the same project, but it's done separately. So the budget of 5.1 million, it's including the resurfacing. I understand. The culvert, we had a budget request for the culvert in 2022 of 1.95 million. We tendered the project. The lowest bid came in by a bidder who was not experienced at all in delivering the project. The second and third bid were way too expensive to award the project. So we increased the budget request so we can tender in 2023 and replace the culvert.
Counselor?
My question is really, how did we get to the 5.1 or 5.122 previously approved budget? So our last year's budget sheet, we had a budget of 2.352 million. We added 1.9 million to that last year. Now we're asking for an additional 400,000, but the numbers don't add up. Still trying to figure out the 5.5223 previous capital authority. Where did that come from?
Mr. Mayor Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was also 870,000 that was transferred within the storm program from project 42066. So we do some reallocations within the programs. And my staff are looking up all the full details, so we can actually put the whole history together and email that out to the council.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, does that 800,000 show up anywhere in our sheets?
Mr. Mayor Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it's part of the reallocation management within the program, so it's not showing in within these sheets here within the budget, but we can get the full details for you.
Counselor?
Okay. Still tough to follow when this is the only information I have in front of me, and try to connect the dots between when it says we've previously approved 5.5 million and I look at past budgets that we've approved, the 5.5 million is not there.
Mr. Mayor Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So part of the challenge is a lot of this happens manually as well right now. So once we have our new system in place, we're actually going to have all that information at our fingertips to be able to share it easier with council. So it'll be much helpful for both of us.
Yeah, I'm
Counselor?
sure it'll be less frustrating for all of us. I'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Thompson?
But along those same lines, the funding doesn't necessarily equal the spending. On the capital sheet, the funding indicates $4.1 million, but then we're saying the total capital budget authority is $5.5 million. So there does seem to need to be some additional details or information to show.
Mr. Mayor Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we do have a bit of an issue with our capital detail sheets. The actual spending to the end of December 31st was not printed on the sheets for some reason. So I suspect that is where the gap is.
Counselor?
Which is fine. So perhaps that could be circulated just so that to Councillor Gallo's point, all the dots connect.
Yeah, and I believe Ms. Mayor Van Kessel said that will be sent out to all of us. Okay. Counselor? No, green for you? Okay. Seconder, Councilor Thompson, thank you. Anything else? Green. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We already did 102. 112, so 16-112, which is M&O Industrial Parkway North, Earl Stewart Drive, Mosley Street, Larmont Street. Councilor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, Mr. Ramuno, and this is just really a follow-up in the sense that, you know, I am looking for whether or not it's cost beneficial to think about a multi-use path there, as we are going to be directing a lot more traffic, I think there. We have community centers, sports dome, a lot more things going on. Would it make more sense to at least get some costing on that to see what it looks like? I know I'd also mentioned lanes. I know we did way back in the past, but I'm just trying to think forward before we spend $2 million with a mill and overlay.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, then Anka can jump in. With respect to the potential widening of Industrial Parkway, we did look at that a number of years ago. Right now, based on our information and traffic counts, Industrial Parkway isn't at capacity. So it doesn't warrant a widening, but it definitely warrants the pavement improvement at this stage. A widening to either a 3 or 4 lane would greatly increase the cost, and a 4 lane based on earlier review would require additional lands. We'd have to secure additional lands along the entire stretch.
And I believe, and I'll throw in Mr. Runo, because I remember, well, actually maybe Councillor Kim as well, and Councillor Thompson and Councillor Gardner remember some of the preliminary numbers that came to us about widening that stretch was about 36 million. So it was a massive cost to do it. Not that to say that we didn't believe, but I think we all believe that at some point maybe it should be, but I don't think that's something that the town's willing to take on at this moment in time for 36 million. But Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I recall having a discussion a number of years ago about offline about that evaluation and why we didn't go through with it, because it was a very high amount. I mean, although we did have a lot of reserves at that time, and perhaps we qualify now maybe for some granting or funding for that kind of infrastructure. I know that we were awarded some granting from the province that we could allocate towards a project. We could bank it. We could have something in mind to look forward down the road and utilize it for infrastructure, which was provided by the province just recently. I think it might have been along the lines of $2.4 million. I guess my question is, looking down the road, and as we have a lot of congestion on Yonge Street and it becomes a problem, and we are looking to try and divert some traffic to other roads, but the intent would have been Industrial Parkway. And maybe I'm looking at this project way down the road and it might be another 10 years from now. But multi-use pass, or 1 lane, similar to something like Jarvis in Toronto, where they had the green light on 2 lanes going north during rush hour at the appropriate time and then reversing it south. I'm just trying to really go outside the box here, as opposed to do we spend the $2 million now, or do we hold on and wait? I think that's kind of like the question that I was getting at. Just based on that light conversation and explanation, do you care to chime in?
Mr. Romano?
Mr. Mayor, then I'll let Anka jump in, but based on our information, I think the pavement resurfacing is required at this stage. We could certainly report back to council if you wanted us to take a look at the potential for a widening to 3 lanes and the potential costs of that and what that would add to the budget. But again, if Anka wants to chime in.
And
Yes.
Anka, go ahead. But I'd throw in, Mr. Runo, I think we had a bit of a discussion a while ago, and as well as with our CEO, I had a discussion. There is a pending motion from 2015 that I think got lost in the shuffle. Because our director at the time of infrastructure, that was when we were kind of changing around, and that motion was looking to have report back options for the northern portion of Industrial Parkway. We never did really get a report on that. So maybe what the councilor's asking for, maybe at some point we could get that report that looks at those options, as was mentioned, whether it could be possibility of 3 lanes. I know that those discussions showed that the street is wide enough for 3, but we'd also have to look at it. Can it still handle, if we did do 3, it could still handle the transport trucks that need to go through there as well. So, but if we could get that report with the options, I think that that's something that would be valuable for us to look at for down the road and for future use. Anka, did you want to add in anything? Sorry, I jumped in, but go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. As Mr. Ramuno mentioned, the road is under capacity, and will be under capacity for some years to come. There is a need for resurface the road. So if we do it now, it's good. If we delay it, probably the road will depreciate further, and the rehabilitation resurfacing that we propose to do it is not appropriate anymore. And we have to let the road depreciate further for a future road reconstruction. Another idea and request from council was a multi-use path. We have Industrial Parkway North. It's a collector. It's a major collector. We have a sidewalk on the east side of the road, built completely. There were gaps. We fill in the gaps in 2018, and we have completed the design for a future sidewalk on the west side of the road. The right of way, it's narrow in some areas. In some areas, it's 20 meters. In other areas, it's up to 26 meters. A multi-use path would be challenging to design and build there due to the different width of the right of way, but definitely a sidewalk on both sides can be built. Another issue for constructing a multi-use path is the street lighting and the hydro poles there that exist on the east side of the road that will need to be relocating. And this is a very, very expensive project. So my suggestion is to wait for the conclusion of the active transportation master plan that this plan looks at the entire system, active transportation system, and to see what is proposed for Industrial Parkway. An on-street bike lane, sidewalk, a multi-use path, maybe on the west side of the road, we have enough room to fit a multi-use path, and then build according to the recommendations of the active transportation plan that we aim to finalize by the end of Q1 this year. In the meantime, the resurfacing project should go ahead. I recommend to go with the resurfacing project because we have a narrow window of addressing the asphalt rehabilitation. If we miss it, probably we cannot resurface it the way we want to do it through mill and overlay, and we have to go with the more expensive rehabilitation measures like full asphalt replacement or even road reconstruction.
Council.
Thank you. I appreciate the in-depth recommendation and look at all options, as well as bike lanes, because as we move along with active transportation, I think, as you say, collector, I think a lot of the residents, when they are looking for cycling lanes, it's also for the point of getting to point A and B in an efficient manner and not necessarily a leisurely bike ride during a trail. And I think that is something that's important to consider. So I'm happy getting that report back based on that old motion and dust that off. Because I do think that we're in a position now that maybe there is some grant and infrastructure help that we can get through other levels of government looking down the road and at least have some sort of way to plan through, whether we're banking some dollars from the province. I think it gives us a good outlook. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. And once again, Hanka provides excellent information and probably answered most of my questions. I wasn't following the discussion about road widening. I think the question was, can we add a multi-use path? And we're not touching the curbs, or the intent isn't to widen the road to add a multi-use path, especially on the west side. And Hanka's confirmed that that's possible. This project is not touching curbs. It's only dealing with asphalt. So it could be joined to that, or it could wait until the active transportation master plan is finished and we have a more global perspective on how we want to address that, and then deal with it at that point. I think that's probably the best approach. But I wasn't following the road widening whole discussion. I don't think that was part of the even request or plan.
Hanka.
For you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Gallo is correct. We can do the resurfacing. Whatever comes later regarding the off-road multi-use path sidewalk can be done after the road resurfacing. For street widening, adding another lane, that's a future report that will look into the details of providing, changing the configuration of the road and widening it. At this moment in time is not needed, and the road is not at capacity. The road is 60% capacity, so it would be some time until the road becomes at 100% capacity. But absolutely, engineering can provide a future report to council regarding the future of the road, traffic on the road, and how we plan to address the issues for future traffic.
Councillor. Councillor Weiss.
Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Ramuno. I'm interested in the Moseley and Larmont Street work that's being done. Of course, that's the town park area, and we're doing a lot of work in Town Park with Town Square and the opening of Town Square, et cetera. And I'm quite happy that the Larmont and Mosley Streets are being done, but I'm wondering about Wells and Metcalf. Have you, is there a reason why 2 out of the 4 bordering streets are included and 2 are excluded? Is it a matter of the roads are in good repair, or do you have any other rationale? Because my suggestion is someone's going to ask me that question someday, and I'd like to have an answer for it.
I'll let Anka, but I'm sure she's gonna say they're in good repair. That's why, but Anka, go ahead.
Thank you. We look at the roads, we have a specific level of service council approved, endorsed for road rehabilitation, which is pavement quality index of 65. When we establish roads that needs to be rehabilitated, we have 3 main criteria to follow the level of service approved by council, to make sure that the road that is proposed for rehabilitation has the best return of investment, and we have a cap financial constraint. If we go in the red, we have to remove certain roads, or we have to look at similar roads in other areas that meet this criteria. So if we choose in an area, instead of choosing 4 roads, we choose 3 or 2, it means that we cannot afford to do all of them, and there is a financial constraint. I would like to rehabilitate all the roads in Aurora. It cannot be done because pavement are very expensive assets.
Thanks. And Councillor, maybe you can have a chat with Anka as well. Maybe she can provide you with that index number for those other streets. That way you could provide that information if any residents do.
Thanks, I appreciate that, Anka.
Yeah.
We'll have a conversation about it.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Gilla?
I'm going ahead with green.
Green, second. Kim, Councillor Kim. Sorry.
And staff note.
It's been a long day so far.
Staff note to come back with that report.
Yeah, we're gonna get that. That report is a direction from a motion, so that's
Okay.
why they don't need any other direction upon that. So
Perfect.
that's beyond that, sorry. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Jump into 16147. Cluster replacement at Town Hall. No, all the rest of them I don't have. That's the next one. We're moving now. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to the Johnson Controls service that we have in all the town facilities, this is certainly an important enhancement or an upgrade that's needed. I'm not sure whether this is the right time to mention it, but have we already decided through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Mr. Malvina, did you? Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Councillor Kim?
Councillor Kim.
Okay.
So I didn't see you walking up there. So have we already decided on Hewlett Packard as the vendor for this upgrade, or am I speaking too far in advance here?
Mr. Malvina?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We have actually standardized on Hewlett Packard years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been our standard in the data centers for a long, long time now. We actually looked at the possibility of switching, as you know, about 1.5 years ago, we switched our end user devices, our laptops. We switched from Hewlett Packard to Dell because there was a really good business case to do so. We did not find a good business case to do so on the data center side of things. So we're sticking with what we know.
Yeah. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, whenever we have these large upgrades and contracts, we have to be we're concerned about, single sourcing because as you've already know, once you contract out with a vendor, a lot of the parts, the expertise sits with that one vendor and you can't really competitively search out other vendors to service. So I just wanted, just for our reassertion, HP is still the best vendor for this type of service, this type of product, and staff is satisfied that we're not going to get a better service contract going with another vendor.
Mr. Malvina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think my mic's on. Anyway, yes, we have, there's only 3 tier 1 vendors right now for data center, Hewlett Packard being one, Dell and Lenovo being the other 2. Like I said, we did look at the potential of switching about a year and a half ago when we switched with the laptop vendors, but we did not see a business case there. It just was not worth it. But as far as the service and support we've gotten from Hewlett Packard over the years, it's been fantastic. If you recall, about 2 years ago, we actually had a small explosion in the data center at the JOC, and it actually took out some of the equipment in that room. Hewlett Packard was fantastic. They replaced all the stuff under warranty, so we didn't have to pay for it. And they came in and helped us reset it all back up at the time.
Counselor?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. I'd recommend agreeing on this.
Thank you. Oh, Counselor Gardner. And welcome back. And we apologize. I know your camera was off there, but thank you for, we got everything back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Had a problem with the drugstore and was gobsmacked, so I have no idea.
No problem.
On camera. Yes, no, Councillor Kim has covered my questions. So yes, agreed.
Okay. So I'll get Counselor Kim's moving it as green, and then Counselor Gardner, I'll get you to second it. Is that fine?
That's
Okay.
fine.
Any other comments, questions on this one? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Counselor Thompson? Yes.
Thank you. My apologies. I was remiss. I thought 16-121, the repaving of the parking lot at the SARC was pulled with council's indulgence. I just had some questions with it. Perhaps we can add it to the list.
Thank you.
Well, we're still in committee. Is everyone good? I'll add it. We'll go to it now. How's that?
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead. 16-121. Go ahead.
My question, I guess, through you to Ms. McDowell, I just want to make sure that, if we move forward with the construction of the gymnasium, that it's taken into consideration with regards to the repaving and work done on the parking lot, as you can see from Town Square or Library Square, Town Square, that, it's a significant project when the construction occurs. There is all kinds of vehicles, dust, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't see us spending any money to do it until the gym is complete, unless there's a way to mitigate those issues. And so I just wanted to get some information before going forward on it from Ms. McDougall.
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, we have been in conversations with engineering and through ANCA regarding this project to ensure it's coordinated with the SARC gymnasium addition. In essence, we would not progress with the refurbishment of the asphalt in the parking lot if the project for sure is proceeding with the gym. If it is not, we would like to proceed with the refurbishment of the parking lot. So it's hand in hand. We're coordinating.
Perfect. I just wanted confirmation for that. I appreciate it. That was my only question with regards to it.
Thank you,
I'm still
Councilor Gilliland.
comfortable with it.
Thank you. I just out of clarity, I'm sorry, Councillor Thompson, didn't hear you. Did you say that this item was pulled back, like it's on hold, or you just wanted to pull it?
No. Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, just wanted to clear that up and just follow up through Mr. Mayor, Ms. McDougall. From what I asked, I think if engineering gave me a question that this was specifically for the design and not the construction work, because I had the similar concerns as well. Is that correct?
Google.
I like ANCA, if she can verify, but I do believe that is the case.
Anka, did you want to verify?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If I may?
Yep, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. This is a request for the design. Design can proceed and it will take some time until it's completed. And we will not start any construction on the parking lot until the building addition is completed.
Counselor?
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Gardner, did you have your hand up or is that just still a hand from the previous one? You're on mute, Counselor?
I did have my hand up, but I think from what's just been said, my hand is coming down.
Okay. Counselor Thompson Green? Is that what? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we already approved. it. So, okay. So we'll just continue with that approval. That's part of the thing. I just allowed some questions from that. Okay. All right. I'm just making sure our clerk's okay with that and he doesn't slap me on my hand. 16-155. End user equipment replacement 2023 to 2026. Counselor Gilliland?
Hello, thank you. I just kind of want to confirm for the sake of the fact that I did do some inquiries, Ms. Wainwright by Kessel, just about through you, Mr. Mayor, that when we are refreshing some of the computers, it's not an automatic. We're going to be doing this every 3 years. It's conducive of department and usage, and it's not a blanket replacement.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the usage and the use of the computer by the end user is a factor in determining replacements. Right now, we have a lot of equipment that's fairly old, 6 years, or some of it maybe more. In previous year, we did say that we were going to look at going down to 3 years. This brings it down more into a line, getting us to a 4-year replacement schedule. But there are some positions that are very high performance needs for their computers, such as GIS analysts is a good example. They may need computers on a more frequent basis, but once they're done with them, they're still in good enough shape for an average user of a computer. So we have the option to redeploy them within. So what we're looking at is trying to move down to a 4-year schedule and also work on a more comprehensive policy for the evergreening of computers and user equipment.
No, sir.
Great, thanks. I just wanted to have that confirmation because I know the last time we talked about budget and it was a pretty big package and plan about this replacement, and that was kind of a hot topic. And I just wanted to ensure that we are keeping a keen eye on department by department and making sure highest and best use of computers without replacing them if it's not necessary. Thanks. So green for me.
Yeah. Seconder? Oh, sorry, Councilor Gallagher. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Just some direction in terms of when the previously approved budget of 67,385, where that came from, which year?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to have to send you a follow-up with a breakdown because what we did with the IT group is this year for the asset management piece, we are creating a capital program. And as part of that, we split up some of the projects. So this project, along with the next two on the list, all were combined into one large evergreening project, and we split them into 3. So we can follow up and provide you with the breakdown of how that transitioned.
Councilor?
Okay, thank you. Is there one account number for the previous approvals that's part of?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there would be one project which would have been called evergreening. And yeah, so I don't have the project number yet, but it was on the IT group and it was listed as evergreening.
Okay, if I could get that and I'll look it up. Thanks.
Thank you. I guess seconder? Green? Councilor Thompson? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 16-159, mobile equipment replacement, 2023-2026. Councilor Gilliland.
Thank you. I guess my comments are along the same lines. Questions had about the 2-year refresh cycle for mobile phones. And, arbitrarily, I certainly would think that we staff, or even myself included, I don't, an automatic 2-year refresh on a phone. I think we could probably hold on to that for a little bit longer when, if not needed, kind of thing. I was hoping you can kind of expand on the process in which we kind of decide when it's necessary and when it's not.
Mr. Mayor Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a little bit of confusion with the way that the detailed sheet is written. It should actually be speaking to our current contract. So in the last year, we have changed providers for our mobile phones. Previously, our contractor that we had was on a 3-year contract cycle. The new one requires a 2-year contract, but that does not necessarily mean we're replacing phones after 2 years. We are still working on a 3-year replacement schedule for our phones. Right now, we are focused mostly on those ones that are still on the old contract. The old contract, the monthly cost is much higher than what we're currently paying on our new contract. So that's what we're focused on with the replacements for phones. And this includes other cellular connected devices and other tablets and things like that that would be included in addition to the actual mobile phones.
Counselor.
Thank you. That satisfies my explanation, and I'm happy to move that as green.
Thank you. Seconder. Counselor Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 16164. Skate park reconstruction, Councilor Gilliland. I just will throw in, because I know Ms. Van Kessel said to me that no decision is required at this time. Yeah, we have a report coming.
Hey, I can wait until the report.
Okay.
That's
So do you want
fine.
me we'll just,
Yeah, we can just move along and wait for that report to happen.
so we'll do I guess we should do a yellow, shouldn't we?
Conditional.
Or we don't need to do anything. Actually, yeah, we don't need a decision. Yeah, okay. Says no decision required. Mr. Clerk? I don't know. You gotta tell me, Mr. Clerk. No
Do we
decision is required.
technically,
I guess we can reconfirm the yellow, because it was yellow.
so just keep it as yellow?
Keep it as yellow.
Okay.
I get a seconder. I guess we gotta just do it as a vote. Just to-
Okay, just do it as a
procedurally.
yellow and
Yeah, Counselor Gallo, thank you, seconder. All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go to those. I know some of you had questions on some of the previously approved capital projects with no change or reduction to the budget. So I think the first.
I do
one-
as well, but I didn't call them because you said to wait.
Okay, well, let me know now because so I can go to them in order. Which ones? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 72226. Yeah, we got that one. Okay, thank you. That's the one we're gonna start with. 72226. And that was, yeah, that's on that's 16.8. 16.8. And that's the AFLC HVAC arena. So Councilor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just trying to find my email as well. Just a second. Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall. I know I had some questions about this HVAC and the work to be done that affects the current skating rink. And is this going to fix the current problems that have been ongoing for quite a number of years? And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall, from what I gathered, this was a much bigger issue than we can handle right now. However, I feel that a lot more work has got to be done to fix this because it's been an ongoing problem for a rather long time. So personally, I would like to see some sort of report back with what that scope of work would look like. And I don't think I want to be shelving this for a while. We need to plan for this.
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, certainly. It is a big concern for our staff as well, but we want to be very strategic as it has a variety of different elements that are factors with regards to the roof, the humidity, a number of other issues that we want to make sure we have a proper plan. we have no problem bringing back a report even in a year if that's what council's desire is to activate a project. But the goal would be to summarize what that is and provide you that feedback, what the next step would be. Happy to do that.
Counselor?
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, Ms. McDougall. So I'm happy that we're spending this money to at least fix something in hopes that it does some alleviation. Clearly, we need to do more. Do you need council direction to ask for this report in the next 12 months to come back? And, maybe this is something to consider for next budget. And I just really want to make sure that we have these options in front of us so we can budget accordingly.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think we need a formal motion of any kind. It's on our radar. We're happy to bring back an in-year and provide the evaluation to council to get some direction before next round.
Counselor?
Thank you. So when you say in the next year, it'll be for the next budget.
Correct. But it
Perfect.
would be in 23. We'll bring you the report.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Okay, Councillor Gallo, I'll start with, I know you got 4 of them. So the first one, 34432, which is the roads 2-ton.
Yeah.
What?
Just a clarification on proposed budget, capital budget authority of 1079. If we go back to last year's approved budget, it was 90,000. And it'll probably be the same for all of these. So maybe there must be some explanation as to why in 2023 the number doesn't jive with at least the budget that I have for 2022.
Swain Van Kessel.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. So for the first one, 34432, the project was approved at 90,000 in 2022. During the year, we were able to manage this through the fleet program. There was a increased cost and we transferred savings on projects 34432. From project 34441 was the project we transferred the savings from of $17,900 from that project to this project. So that was managed within that fleet program group, with savings on one asset management project being moved to another to deal with the increased costs that we're experiencing.
That's great. But my question is the 1079 that says previously approved is actually 90,000. I'm trying to, maybe I didn't understand the explanation.
You can throw it in, but I think this, because that 17 was also previously approved, even though it was a different project within the overall fleet, they just basically shifted it over. So it didn't need to be come back because they just shifted.
And I guess maybe the way it's presented, if I'm looking at it saying proposed capital budget authority and it says 1079, and I look back at what we actually approved, it's 90,000. I'm happy it happened, but if I'm looking at this, it's very confusing to understand because that's not accurate. The 1079 in that account is not what we actually approved.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, this does happen under the delegated authority through the program approval. One of the things we're actually doing in the development of our new financial system for budget is being able to actually track and monitor anything that's an in-year approval or adjustment. So we'll be able to actually show that in the documents and make it clear for everyone to understand.
Yes, that would be very helpful. So the next one.
Yep, 34436. Yep.
34436. 34436.
What's the name change?
Oh, Councillor Thompson, did you have a question on the last one?
Sorry.
Or
Well, it's going to be the same question for all of them, but I do support Councillor Gallo's position that, it's nice for us to be able to track this easily.
Yeah.
So even something in the comment to say that, these funds were transferred from a previous project because otherwise it just leads to questions such as this.
Yeah.
And so, again, it's about connecting the dots for us.
Yep. I agree too. Yep. Councillor Gallo?
Yeah, it's similar, I think, situation. Is this the one with the name change? Okay, yeah, there's two different accounts for the same, or two different items for the same 34436 in 2023 is, as we see it, 6-ton dump truck, and then same account number in 2022-23 is a is something else.
Through you,
Which I
Mr. Mayor.
can't find
So
right.
in this, in this situation, in the previous budget, it was listed in the forecast years for the 10-year plan. Operations determined that they did not need that project, that vehicle as it was, and the project number was essentially just recycled. So that's why you're seeing the name change. This is again another practice that will change when we move to our new system, and you'll see it in our next budget.
Actually, I don't think it's this one. My question on this one is, the previously approved is 300,000, and we have proposed capital budget authority of 352. There is another one though that has that description there. So there's the previously approved budget of 300 in 2022, and this says 352.9.
Mr. Downing?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I can help. So that refers back to the report that I talked to you about in June, where it actually says the capital budget authority for project 34436, 6-ton diesel dump plow be increased by 52,900 to a total of 352,900. So that is that's when the council approved that additional funding.
Councilor?
And that's a great explanation. If it was here, you wouldn't have bothered. I would not have bothered
be at this
any of
point.
you. Yes, because I wouldn't be able to remember a report in June that referenced that specific vehicle. Probably should have.
What and what else to throw into that, I think what I'm hearing too constantly is that once we move to the new system, a lot of these issues that are creeping up, Councillor Gallo, that you brought up, and I think a few of the others have brought up, will be corrected, and we won't have as many questions coming up from these things that are a little bit confusing because they're not on there. So, absolutely. So we're going to go to the next one, 71136.
36.
Yep.
I think it's a similar. I'm sorry. No, that's
This one's the 1-ton pickup crew cab.
yeah, actually that one's okay. Actually, that amount is consistent with previous
Okay.
years. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. That
So
one's-
we're okay with that one. We're going to move now to the other one, which is 31054,
4, yeah.
road resurfacing. Yep.
1 sec. This is a similar issue. When I go back to the previous budget, we had an approval of 1.5 million in 2022. That was the capital spending approval.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to get the full details to you, but I believe this is also relates to a transfer within the program. So if the budget has decreased, it was tendered, it came in undervalue and then we moved, or if it increases, it's had funds moved from within another project within that department, that program.
Okay, I'll let Anka add in. I think I saw her camera turn on. So Anka, did you have something to add to that one?
Yeah, no, what Ms. Van Castle said, it's exact. I don't remember exact. From what I remember, I think it was a project that tendered the bidder, the lowest bid came under the budget. That's the explanation, but we'll have to look into the full picture and see what happened.
Okay. Actually, I'm just looking at last year's 2021, 2022. 10 year is 1.7. Yeah. So there's something, these should really be accurate. When I'm reading a 2023 proposed capital budget authority, I should be able to easily link that to last year's budget or 2021's budget when it's referring to that. That was it.
Okay. Councilor Thompson, did you want to?
Just to add to that point, I think that if you look at the previous projects, they identify, budget changes where it's been decreased. To Councillor Gallo's point, when you look at 2021, we approved it at a $1.7 million project. It's wonderful that it's come under budget, and so in theory, so there's a savings, but at least, again, it's following the dots. So it should say the original approval was 1.7. It's now 1.347. And so in that sense, there's a $350,000 that gets reutilized somewhere else.
Thank you. And I believe that 31054, and that's on page 1611. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Gallo. Yeah.
I didn't go through all of them. I actually just picked, so some of the other ones may be, obviously I didn't have time to go through each one, but some of them may also be the same. So
Yeah, Ms. Mayor.
I realize in the future with better software, these will be corrected, but it's difficult to do this now and really understand, even though they're previously approved, the accuracy just, throws up red flags everywhere.
Ms. Mayor Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I'll have one of my staff go through each of the ones that are previously approved. And if there's been any changes or anything, we'll just add it in the notes there to explain what happened. But yeah, in the next budget, we'll actually have a separate column that identifies any in-year approvals or adjustments.
Okay. Okay, council, we are going to move to 6.1.2. Review of the 2023 proposed growth and new capital projects. This is binder tab 17. At this moment in time, I'm going to ask, I have one, which is 1713, which is being removed. Ms. Van Kessel, did you want to just let everyone know why this is being removed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So 1713 relates to the cultural action plan implementation. We still have some remaining funds that are available on the previously approved study project, and we will plan to use those in 2023.
Okay. Anybody with, how about I just start on the side? Councilor Kim, do you have anything from these ones? $1736, yes.
That's all for me.
That's it? Councilor Gallo?
Fortunately, mine are previously approved 34564 and 71117
Let me just get those pages, Councilor, and then I'll
on
just
page
mark them.
17-5.
17-5. Which ones again?
34564.
Yep.
Third one down, and 71117.
Okay. All right. I got those marked. We'll talk at the end, same as we did this time.
I think that is it. Yep.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just gonna keep going around, Councilor. Might as well. Councilor Thompson? No? Well, there you go, Councilor Gillen, next. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. 1738 and 1740.
1740. Okay, thank you. Councilor Reese?
I believe 1736.
36 has been pulled?
36 is okay.
Yep.
Bear with me for a moment.
But you should actually be done all of them.
Yeah.
We got done all of them in one day last time. Yes, we did.
I thought the studies in new.
Nope. Got them all
I'm
done.
just looking for the LED light thing, but I think it's coming up elsewhere.
It
so
might be in
I'm-
the studies another.
Yeah, I think it's in study. So
Yeah.
I'll leave just that one. Nothing more.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, Wendy, sorry, Wendy, did you have anything? Councilor Gardner? Is Councilor Gardner there? She's on there, but she's. Okay, I'll go back. I mean, if worst case scenario, we can always pull it back. Well, yeah, worst case scenario. Okay, so the recommendation is that 2023 draft growth and new capital projects be received, and two, that the 2023 draft growth and new capital projects the approved, the ones that have not been pulled as presented. And Councilor Gallo, you don't need to mention it. I know that you don't like the language, so we'll make note for every single one on that one. Mover, Councilor Gilliland, seconder. Councilor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so we will start with 1736. Councilor Kim, train whistle cessation at St. John's Side Road Grade Crossing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have, I think, I'm in support for green. My only question is, it says the region will consider implementing an anti-whistle program at St. John's Crossing if the following key actions are completed. So can I confirm, either through you, Mr. Mayor, or to staff, even though we commit to the funding to get these audits done, there is a chance that the region will still not support it?
I'll get Anka, but also I'll throw in, so there is some information that has occurred from the region. So Metrolinx is doing a study currently at looking at all their crossings. And so the region has suspended or put on hold even our request that we put into the region until that study is completed. I don't have a timeline. Maybe Anka might have a timeline as far as when Metrolinx might be coming back with once they're done their study on all their crossings. The thought is that they might actually change their policy, and hopefully they do, where they'll actually continue to maintain liability or maybe pay it. But they're looking into that and they're doing that study. And so the region is not willing to move forward until that is released and they have a full understanding of what Metrolinx is actually going to do or not going to do. And so that's on hold. So I don't know if that means that maybe we want to put this one as a yellow conditional upon that study or any reports coming in the future from the region and from Metrolinx. So Anka, did you want to add in anything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, not much. Metrolinx is working to take over and do these improvements themselves. I don't have a specific timeline when they will finish their assessment, but I understand it's going to be in the first 6 months of this year. So it's this year.
Yeah. So I don't know, Anka or Mr. Ramuno, do you think that it's more prudent on us to do a yellow conditional upon receiving that information, or do we just say green? I mean, because ultimately, if they're going to do the improvements and they're going to take liability, which means that we probably won't need to put in any costs. So therefore, maybe it should be yellow.
I agree. I would go with my recommendation is to go with yellow at this time.
Yeah. So Councillor Kim, I hope that helps.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, then whether it's green or yellow, it doesn't matter, because if we vote on a green, it's just a placeholder. We put it aside. We don't use it. It goes back into the reserve or where it came from. Might be semantics. Does it matter whether it's green or yellow?
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but I think it makes more sense that it's yellow because it's saying that because we'll get that report. And when we get that report, at that point, we'll probably say, yes, we're going to go ahead, or no, we don't need it now because they're paying for it. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
okay.
That's great news. So I'll happily recommend a yellow.
Okay, thank you. Seconder? Anyone else have any comments on this one? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Permit 1738, permit occupancy application. Councillor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this was just on my original list and I just arbitrarily put that on, but through Mr. Mayor to Ms. Wainwright Van Cussel, my questions were about high inflation, question mark, should we shop around just based on the big variance of costs based on the business case? And I know you did give me a good answer, but I thought maybe you could kind of summarize that again.
Ms. Wainwright Van Cussel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So for this solution, we're actually expanding on some software that we already have, and the cost is based on our experience in some other modules that we've been activating within that solution. If we were to go and shop around, we'd be looking for someone to do a custom build and then also have to manage an additional piece of software, which would be at a higher cost to the town.
Counselor?
Thank you. So again, sorry for pulling that again. Green for me, unless someone else has any other objection.
Ms. Ryan, sorry, Counselor, did you ask a question? Oh, no, I apologize. I thought you asked a question. Okay. So Green, thank you. Seconder? Counselor Reese, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. 1740 garbage tag portal. Counselor Gilliland, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Downey, and I apologize, I didn't send you an email in advance. Just looking at this portal and such, I know that we had some brief conversation, council, about the amount of revenue that it was collecting since this program's inception, and I think it was around 17,000, correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm just really looking at the cost benefit analysis of investing this $40,000 into this tag program for a couple of reasons. One, it's in the business case, it talks about having the homeowner being able to print the tag and apply it themselves as opposed to going over to the office and picking it up. And I see a couple challenges with that. One is, if I'm printing that at home, chances are I'm probably not going to have any sticker paper. It's going to be some regular paper I printed on, and I don't know how I'd attach that to the bag. Secondly, if you are someone who's requiring a whole bunch of tags and you want to buy a book, going to, getting in a car to go pick it up at the JOC or wherever, to me is not that big a deal. And I'm just looking at the cost benefit of, if we're getting some revenue from this, great. But at the same time, now we're spending a lot of money on a software that seems kind of be counterintuitive to the whole point. And so I'm just through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Down, if you could just kind of maybe explain the business case a little bit differently to me and maybe convince me to want to move forward with this, that'd be great.
Mr. Downey?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the bag tags, the purchase of them, we would certainly like to see that being done easier. We'd like the public to be able to purchase those easier, and if purchasing online makes it easier, then fine. There are components of this proposal that we believe is a bit of a challenge, and printing the tags off is one of those. I agree with you. I don't know how that would necessarily work. So I believe this was in last year's budget. We had a discussion with regards to whether this should move forward or not. And my understanding is it was not going to be moving forward. So
it was
not going to be moving forward. So as I say, I applaud any effort to make it easier to purchase the tags, but they would need to come and pick them up in person.
Counselor?
Thank you. So from what I'm understanding here, you're saying the recommendation is not to move forward, but we're asking for a budget change on this. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I don't know, but I thought that the whole point was to increase the budget so it allow people to print it at home. Is that what am I missing here? Is somebody?
Mr. Downey?
I would recommend you go to
Mr.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the way that the tags are going to be delivered, they're going to be mailed by us to the resident. That was the primary way. We've talked about potentially giving them the ability to download a PDF and print it at home, but as you say, it's problematic because they could print it off several times, and it's also problematic that they're not going to have sticker paper, so they're going to have to, fasten it with clear tape or something like that. So the primary way of the delivery of this is to actually, they will order it and pay for it online, then we will mail it to them.
Counselor?
Thank you. So the budget change of the additional 15,000 is just to upgrade the existing system, or we don't even have a system?
We don't have a system.
So the system is just 100%, so we can manage the printing of it here, not necessarily the customer printing it home online, as it suggests in here?
It's also giving the resident, sorry, I'm jumping ahead here. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intention here is to give them the ability to pay, to order it and pay for it online. Right now, their only option is to come to one of our buildings to get the garbage tags. Now they can do it from the comfort of their own living room.
Okay.
Counselor?
Okay, thanks for the clarity.
Thank you. Counselor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Originally, my hand went up because I saw Mr. Mulvena there. And don't know if I'll get a chance to say this later. So I would just like to thank Mr. Mulvena for his work, for his excellent work. And that's it.
Kudos all around. Thanks, Counselor. Counselor Lynn? Green, okay. Second? Counselor Thompson, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. Counselor Gallo, those two that you had questions in the previously approved capital projects with no change or reductions to budget, 34564 and 71117. Go ahead.
First one. Believe there's a double reference number. This is a 6-ton diesel pump with plow and sander. There is with the same 34564 in the 2022-2023 roads side street sweeper. So there's some confusion with the two numbers.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Mr. Mayor, so this is the one where
there you go.
gets down. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is the one where the project was in the forecast in the outer years, and then operations had determined it wasn't required. The project number did get recycled, which is what's causing some of the confusion.
Counselor.
So when we say outer years, it's in the 2022-2023, it was this sidewalk street sweeper was in 2023 for 140,000.
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in that budget, the 2023 year was still in that forecast period. We weren't seeking approval at that time, so it would have been considered outer years at that point in time.
1 year,
Counselor?
okay, all right. We probably shouldn't, so close in time, we probably shouldn't be recycling numbers, but so through you, did that project go ahead? Or is that? No.
I'm seeing no. Yeah,
Okay.
no. Counselor.
So so where would I find the previously proposed capital budget authority? Sorry, the previously approved budget for this 6-ton diesel dump?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel. Oh,
The
Mr.
same
Downey,
report. All right.
you got the report there?
Okay.
There.
Therein lies the confusion.
Counselor, do you want the report?
Yeah, please, could I get a copy? I know you said, but
Yeah, he'll get. Mr. Downey will get you the report.
Through my understanding, it's the treasurer's actually sent you a copy through.
But if
e-scribe.
do you want the physical copy as well?
no, just,
No?
but I don't know if it was through e-scribe and it's a little confusing to me. Someone could email it to me.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
get it to you, Council. Is that it?
Yep.
71117?
That one too, I cannot find the previously approved budget for that one.
Okay. Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel, do you have the utility vehicle
It's,
and the Dave Tomlinson Nature Reserve? 40,000. 71117, it's right underneath.
Yeah, I'm looking. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I will have to gather the details. I have some information here, but it's not the what you're looking for the year it was approved.
Yeah, I can't find it in maybe it's 2020 or 2021.
Actually approved in 2022
2022.
for our staff.
As growth in new capital, through you, Mr. Mayor? Is it under growth in new
Is
capital?
it under? Mr. Gardner, is it under growth and new capital? Yes, yes. Is it a different number? Because I think Councilor Gallo is looking at
I don't
it
see
and
it.
he doesn't see it.
I don't see the approval.
Well, how about we'll,
Okay.
they'll get it to
All
you.
right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes, with respect to 24015, radios for bylaw officers, it's on sheet 17-4. And so before I get to my question, just going back to the last chapter, when we talked about repair and replacement, there was a couple items where we were able to increase the budget authority by transferring funds from other projects. And so one of the things we dealt with that we approved was a vehicle radio upgrade from 30 to 50,000. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand, this radios for bylaw officers has been on the capital sheets for many years now. It was approved in 2017. It was increased in 2019. I assume that because it's still there and the project is not closed, that there's still funds remaining within this. And could that not have been transferred to the vehicle radio upgrades from the previous project? Because they're speaking to radios. Now, maybe there's something I don't know here, but I would love to I'd get two explanations. Why is this capital project not closed if we were just buying radios after so many years? And two, is there not a surplus that could have been transferred?
Ms. Van Loan, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that we have spent $50,000 in this capital, and we have just ordered more radios, as not all of our officers have their own assigned radio. And this money will be spent in the next couple of months, and this project will be closed.
Councillor?
Just out of curiosity, if we approved 85,000 in 2019, would they not have been ordered all that time? Did we foresee the need to only do it in incremental pieces over the next 3-4 years? Because now we're 2023.
Ms. Van Loan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it may have been, well, we work with York Regional Police with respect to these radios, so it could have been a supply demand issue, but I just confirmed that we have more radios on order now, and we will be spending this money, and then each officer will have a radio assigned to them.
That's the explanation.
Ms. Mary Van Kessel, did you want to add something?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so on the piece about transferring between projects. So we have limited flexibility on transferring between projects when it comes to growth and new projects. So we have capital programs which provide more flexibility, but that only relates to asset management projects because these are replacement of current assets. When it comes to growth and new project, there's some very minor delegated authority, but it's only a very small percentage that can be allocated between different types of projects, and they have to be of like funding source.
Fair enough.
Councillor, thank you. Okay. Okay, seeing anything else, so we'll move to 6.1.3, which is a review of the 2023 proposed studies and other capital projects. This is binder tab 18, everyone. This time I will start this way. Councillor Weiss, any items?
The 18-6, the recreation needs assessment.
Okay.
And the LED sport light conversion.
Which one's that? 1812?
1812, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. That's it.
that's it. Councillor Gilliland?
1830.
Okay. Fine. That's it. Before I move on, I did forget to mention 1836 is being pulled by staff. Ms. Raymond Van Kessel, explanation on that one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the 1836 relates to the asset management plan update phase 3. We just got the timeline for the phase 2 project, which we have just been able to start because of the delay in receiving the FCM grant. That work is going to continue into the beginning of 2024. So we won't be able to start this work until 2024. So we're going to pull it and put it back in for 24.
Okay, everyone. So we don't, that one's gone. Councillor Thompson? 34. Thank you. Anything else? That's it. Councillor Gallo? No. Councillor Kim? No. Councillor Gardner? Anything on this, on these ones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did we put aside 1832? I mean, did we cancel that?
No,
No.
just 36. We just pulled
36.
out 36.
So just a question.
The question, do you want to pull it though to get the question?
Yes.
Oh, 'cause, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor. Okay.
All right. Is there anything else? That's the only one for you?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. 32, yes. So council recommendation that the 2023 draft studies and other capital projects be received. And that the 2023 draft studies and other capital projects be approved that weren't pulled as presented. And I'm going to add a third clause, if we could also yellow light. We can also yellow light 1840 because no decision is required. It's gonna, same as the other one, it's gonna, a report's gonna be coming to us. So if we can yellow light that one and basically based on that report coming back to us, okay? All right, that's part of this whole motion. Okay. Can I get someone to move that? Councilor Thompson, second. Councilor Gilliland. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right, we're gonna start with 18.6 recreation needs and assessment for persons with disabilities. Councillor Weiss, you're up.
Thank you.
Oh.
I guess what I'm concerned about is the definition of disabilities under here, and I haven't seen what that is. Maybe these are equity deserving individuals. So, I mean, we have other types of disability. So I'm really interested, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall, could you just explain who these people are that are going to be assessed, or how that assessment is going to actually occur? Because I think it's very important and it's part of our DEI strategies for the town.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the project scope would have focused more around AODA compliance and enhancements to improve or remove barriers for people who have physical disabilities. With regards to DEI, in some ways that may touch on those certain aspects, certainly, whether it be through translations, and accessibility of in participation. But the focus mainly was around removing barriers for improvement so that an individual's disabilities can participate even more than they do now.
Councillor?
So this is not about designing programs, but it's more the physical space of making sure that accessibility for disabled persons is there for each one of our sport and recreation facilities.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would also touch on program and touching on removing the barriers for participation within program to be more inclusive. So it's not just physical barriers of our buildings, but also ensuring our programs offer an accessible and inclusive environment for individuals that need it.
Sorry, Councillor?
And that would assume equipment and other supplies that are required for those programs and those people, and that's great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Oh, Ms. McDougall, did you want to add? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I would like to add, I apologize. This is to study the need and what needs to change. If there is infrastructure to be amended, if it's identified that infrastructure has to change or there's specialized equipment that has to be purchased, that will be a result of this defining what's needed, and it would be coming forward in subsequent budgets.
Councillor?
Yeah, so this is a needs assessment, and it'll come back with a report about here's what we want to do about that. Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garner, you have your hand up on this one?
I do, and I have confused
ahead.
myself, but it is definitely up. So following on Councillor Weiss, with respect to public buildings, when we look at the AODA and we see the standards, as municipal buildings, municipalities delivering services to everybody, including obviously people with disabilities, do we go with the minimum standards? I think what I'm trying to say is we should be going with the highest standards possible to accommodate needs. And we know that they do upgrade the AOD standards. I don't know when the next upgrade will be. But so when we're looking at this, doing a study on this, are we looking at for municipality or municipal buildings using the highest possible standards?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously our goal and requirement certainly is to meet standard. In all cases, we try to exceed standard. When you say highest standard, that depends on what features we're speaking of and the benefits it may have. The goal certainly is to exceed the minimum standard.
Counselor?
Yes, thank you. That would make sense. I think we need to certainly be much more aware and concerned about how we accommodate disabilities in our town in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Weiss? Green, I'm assuming? Green, yep. Second? Someone like to second that? Counselor Gallo, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1812. LED sports light conversion. Counselor Weiss.
Me again, thank you. Just a comment here. We don't need to go back through the value of LED lighting and the savings and the lumens and all the rest of it. The only circle I have around here was the Hallmark. The Hallmark facility was completed, and does this suggest that the Hallmark was not fitted with LED lights, and so now they have to be retrofitted even though they're less than a year old?
Mr. Downey?
Sorry, I didn't.
Through you,
I don't know where it's.
No, quite the contrary. They have LED, as does Shepherd's Bush and Stuart Burnett. So those are the facilities that we have LED in right now. We now want to look at the rest of the facilities.
Counselor? So Hallmark does have LEDs.
So Hallmark does have LED.
Correct,
lights.
yes.
Okay.
So the three that are listed have LEDs. The rest
Yes.
don't.
My mistake. I apologize.
Yes. Counselor?
Oh, I see it too. Okay.
Counselor? Anything else?
Green.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, you still had your mic on. That's why I
Sorry.
wasn't sure. All right. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you. Through to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, is it really necessary to bring on a consultant to develop that plan? Wouldn't a vendor also do that kind of work for us? Because I guess my expectation is the consultant will come produce a plan. You'll come with a future capital project to us and say, okay, we've got to do all these lights and over the course of time. And then we'll go out to tender it. But I'm just wondering, I mean, the information we're seeking, I got to think that if you were to package it, that a vendor may work with us to develop these plans as part of the overall awarding of the contract. And so I just want to make sure that there may be an opportunity to find a little bit of savings by not needing to bring on a separate consultant and to work with it. Because it's kind of what we did with the whole LAS situation and the LED lights is really we went out and they worked with us with a plan and then we converted the lights, which I think we've seen some savings from. I'll leave that to you to figure out.
Sorry.
But I just want to get some assurances that it's absolutely necessary to do this as a separate project with a consultant first.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know whether the treasurer wants to add on to this, but procurement bylaw won't permit us to deal with a vendor. That if I did, then they wouldn't be able to bid on the project as well. So we need to develop the standards and specifications and then put that out to bid so the vendor could bid on it. If we brought them in, that would exclude them.
Counselor?
Pretty straightforward.
Yep. Counselor Weiss, Green? Seconder? Counselor Gilliland, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1830 Economic Development Strategic Plan. Counselor Gilliland.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. Is this funding, is this something that the Economic Development Board can take advantage of within the good work that they're trying to do within the development of our town? Is that something that goes hand in hand? That allows them to, I guess, make recommendations for consulting, funding, initiatives? Somebody wants to answer. I don't know which staff through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it is an update of our current economic strat plan, which expires this year. And again, I mean, it will certainly inform and assist the Economic Development Board again in dealing with our initiatives and programs moving forward, you know, retaining businesses, local economy, downtown revitalization. So it's definitely a document that they use as well.
Counselor?
Thank you. And I'm just, maybe I'm not reading this correctly, but it says that building on the 2019-2023 plan and then moving forward to the Aurora 2030, are these two different things that you're measuring? Because one seems to be a 4-year plan, so something we have to renew every 4 years, and then yet the Aurora 2030 Economic Action Plan, are there two different things? That's like a 7-year difference there. So I'm just trying to make sure, like, is this something we should be expecting every term? Is like a new action plan or development plan, strategic plan? I'm just trying to understand the timeline of these things.
Mr. Romano?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, yes, that's my understanding. Again, it's I think we're looking at updating it, you know, every term, maybe 4 years. So, you know, the current plan was prepared in 2019. It expires this year. It's due for an update. And I think in the outlook years, we've got additional budget requests for those eventual updates to the current plan.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor?
That's good. Thanks.
Thank you. Green? Thank you. Seconder? Councilor Gallo, thank you. Seeing no other, all those in favor? Opposed, that carries. 1832 DC background study. Councilor Gardner, you filled this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this would be a, in quotes, normal study, but we're in a situation that is quite unusual. So are we putting this down as a placeholder? And I imagine, I don't know, was this already established before Bill 23 was passed?
Ms. Wainwright Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So our current study will expire in March of next year. So we need to actually develop a new development charge study. Otherwise, we'll not be able to collect revenues after that. This study will be subject to all the recent legislative changes, and those will be reflected in this study. Also, under the new legislation, the development charge studies will now last 10 years instead of 5.
Counselor?
Thank you. I just got it. We need to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to say green on that one?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Seconder? Councilor Weiss? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 1834 security awareness training. Councilor Thompson?
Thank you. I guess I'd like to get some more details around this. I mean, the way it's positioned, it's talking about a virtual training, 1 hour module or seminar for staff. And the price tag associated with it seems excessive to me. I have a little bit of familiarity, certainly not as much as staff and so forth, but there are companies out there that have this stuff already done, and you look at pricing that they provided, and it's significantly less than this. So I just want to understand, how is this $40,000 derived? Because, you know, you think of women's training and all these sessions, these modules are pretty well established and set already. Some of it is common sense when it comes to, you know, email security and phishing emails and not opening attachments and so forth. So perhaps somebody can share with me why the price tag of $40,000 is justified for these.
Mr. Malvini?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Quite frankly, Councillor Thompson, this was just a number I pulled out of the air because I wanted to get this on the docket for 2 reasons. One is, I think this is a very, very important thing to do as far as our overall cybersecurity posture. Secondly is I've tried in the past to do pre-recorded little videos that I've shared out with staff, but I found that I was getting about a 20% hit rate, meaning that if I send out 100 emails, only 20 of those staff actually look at them. The other 80% just ignore them, which kind of defeats the purpose. So I agree with you 100%. I think we can do this for a lot cheaper. I just wanted to get a number in there and I wanted to get this on the docket for a capital project for this year.
Counselor?
Thank you. And I fully support the concept of it. And I fully support the fact that this is necessary, especially these days when we see so many institutions being subject to malware and ransomware and so forth and stuff. So I agree with it, but I wasn't agreeing with the price tag. You know, I'm happy to put this as a yellow to say, yes, I approve of it, but I would like to have a more better sense of the real number that we're looking at. I have shared with staff some of the companies that I'm aware of that provide it, that are well regarded. And again, you know, they do their pricing on a sliding scale based on the number of employees, but I think for the most part, it is pretty cookie cutter when it comes to these modules and some of the common sense learning there. But no offense, but I think as we go through this project, all of us like to have a better sense of what the true number is as opposed to just a random number. So my recommendation would be yellow and perhaps come back to us with a better idea of what that price tag is.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, yellow with a report coming back. Oh, Councillor Weiss.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor Maracus. So there's no program that you have identified as a training program for this. It's something you are considering doing, so you don't have a price tag on it.
Mr. Maloney?
Through you again, are you aware of programs that have even certifications and other types of methodology? Because like Councillor Thompson, I think this is very important given the sensitivity of information that we gather. So we ought to do it right. And if there's some kind of certification or something that can be done for employees, staff, et cetera, then I think it's worthwhile. And I appreciate and agree that there should be a yellow going forward pending the outcome of your information. I applaud you for doing it and getting it on the budget for this year.
Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In this day and age, security awareness and protecting your information is, paramount in almost every organization. And so I am surprised that you only get a participation rate of 20%. And I'm surprised that we don't make it mandatory. And I know in my organization, the IT team will put out phishing emails deliberately to catch us, and 3 strikes and we're fired. So it's a pretty serious business if you are hacked and you're the cause and you're the weak link, because they eliminate you. It's part of the contract. And so we take every email seriously. And so if part of the cost, coming back to the budget here, if part of the cost is trying to find a way to engage more staff members into this awareness training, if we can get more buy-in with less costs, if we put some kind of repercussion, if that could impact the number out there, that'd be great. But this is kind of on the side, but I'd recommend that this is mandatory, and there has to be some kind of repercussion, because we can't afford to have our information be hacked. So I think I would support the yellow.
Ms. Mayor, and Councillor, did you want to add something?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what we'll plan to do is come back with a report outlining the training plan and what we plan on doing going forward. We'll also look at it from the perspective of the different types of users that we have within our organization as well. As you know, there are staff under Mr. Milvena that will need much more enhanced training than the average person, but we'll bring that back to council for review as part of the conditional approval.
Thank you. Mr. Mulvaney, did you want to add something? Oh, yeah, could you say that again?
Sorry, the mayor and council will be in scope for this training as well.
And rightfully so. I was gonna say, Councillor Kim, you're right. I suspect there's probably a bigger rate of return on how many people click on that phishing email compared to how many people click on that, awareness video. So, and that's something that needs to change. Obviously, and I know that the region has done some stuff. And so maybe we could also, as we're doing that study, we could look at and have those discussions with the region staff as well, and what they've used as far as, their awareness training within the region. So that might be able to help provide some other options for us to move forward to make sure that our staff and council, as well as myself, are fully aware when it comes to security, especially any cyber attacks coming forward to the town. So thank you very much. Councillor Thompson, yellow with that report pending. Second, Councillor Kim, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, council, we'll move to 6.1.4. Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just a comment with regards to studies. While it's not listed as a capital project, I have had conversations with our CAO, Mr. Nader Rosny, with regards to updating the town's strategic plan. It is well overdue. I certainly think that it should be done within this first year. So I know that he had mentioned that post budget, there will be a report and or a session for council to discuss the strat plan, what the plan is, and get input and go forward. But while it's not listed, I do feel that it's an important component going ahead.
Absolutely. Ms. Waymire Van Kessel, did you want to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we'll add that to the list of council requests that we received on Monday night. And what we plan to do is any of the projects that could be ones that could be coming in this term, we'll add that into the list in the actual budget approval report and indicate that they will be included within the 2024 budget 10-year capital plan.
Councilor. Just there you go.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I guess my preference is that we would start engaging in 2023, the conversations around updating the strategic plan. But I just bring it up as a mention that I think that the CAO is working on an information night or a session or whatever for all the council to discuss the strategic plan, next steps, and get authorization from council as a whole. But in my view, it's long overdue.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, 6.1.4 review of closed capital projects. Does anyone have any questions on those or on the overall thing? I guess I'll put the recommendation on the floor so that the closed capital projects be received for information. Councillor Gilliland, second. Councillor Weiss, any comments or questions on this one? Councillor Gallo?
Can I just get a sense of the authority to go over budget, what percentage that is for staff to go over the approved budget? I'm looking at, sorry, I'll pick one. It's on page 19-4 at the top, 34441. Sorry, not that one, the 73107. Approved 927, we spent 1.1, so 175,000 over budget.
Ms. Waymire Van Kessel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to look into the full details of the project to determine like what happened when and how it went over budget. I know there are some instances where there could be management within programs. There could also be some other circumstances if there were results after the contracts have been completed for construction. So I'll have to look into it and find out what's happening with these situations.
Could I?
While we're at
yes, so just quickly get an answer to Councilor's first question as far as what is is there a limit that that staff can have authority to approve over a budget, approval of a budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am not aware of the limits.
Okay, we can get that answer for the councilor as well, for all of us. Councilor, go ahead.
That particular one, it says that the town was expected to recover 144K in project costs from York Region. However, the actual recovery was 87,000. So I don't know if maybe an explanation to what happened there, and we expected something, we didn't get it, and why, and now we have to pay for it.
Ms. Wainwright, can we, Venkata, can we get an and get a total of council? Thank you. Counselor?
I think that was it.
That's it? Okay. Counselor Gilliland?
Just out of clarity, is Ms. Wainwright Van Castle through Mr. Mayor, are you coming back with just an email or some comments about what budget authority is if it was to go over budget and process, and if it does come back to council, if it doesn't come back to council? I know that Councillor Ron Weiss is his first term, and myself, everybody could use a refresher on that. Is that something that we're expecting a follow-up on?
Ms. Wainwright Van Castle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can put a message together for all of council on that. It's a little bit different depending if it's a capital program or if there's some other circumstances that are happening, if there's allocations between projects. But typically, whatever the value is that's been approved by council is the amount that we can spend up to.
Councilor?
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else? All the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Motion to adjourn. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just a very general comment. if I could.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor.
Are there any concerns? We have many outstanding projects approved from previous years and funded, and then we have a lot of new projects. Can I get a general sense that we're capable of delivering both the ones that we previously approved and the new ones that we've now, for now, put them on the docket?
And I'm assuming you're asking from a financial side
Even resources.
or resources in
side,
general as well?
Financial, we should.
Yeah, we should financial. I agree with you. So that's why I want to know, it's more on a resources
Yeah,
side.
Like
Okay.
there's a lot of outstanding projects that
Okay.
are not complete.
Ms. Wainwright Van Castle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, the financial side is easy to tell through the reserve analysis that the projects are affordable. On the resourcing side, when we go to add new projects, we go through a process for prioritization of projects, and we actually look at the resources available, so staffing resources to be able to deliver on projects, and not just for who's delivering the actual project, but also any support from legal, procurement, IT, if those are required for the projects as well. The other piece is when we're looking at projects overall, now in our interim forecast reporting, we also report on capital as well. So that lists all the active approved capital projects, and it gives you that progress of how well we're achieving. And that's based on the planned spending for the year. So if we're not achieving our planned spending for the year, there's reasons behind that. Like it could be supplier, vendor issues. It could be just capacity to manage. And then that's the reporting that really speaks to how we're progressing on managing our current active projects.
Councilor?
So you're comfortable with it?
That's what I got out of that. It's just, she's comfortable.
Okay. The second one, where can I find the increase? And you probably told me this before, but the increase in cash to capital as a result of all of the new projects that we're in the process of approving.
Ms. Wainwright Van Castle?
It's part of the operating.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's part of the corporate items section in the operating budget. So it's listed under there as part of that reserve management line.
And do you have a sense of that percentage?
Ms. Wainwright Van Castle?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the amount that we're contributing to capital is roughly 1% of the tax levy.
Councilor?
Thank you.
Councilor Gardner, did you want to add something before I call for adjournment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to. I missed it earlier, and it is the St. Anne's School Park capital project. We've been over this many times, and this has a decision of council. So I would just like to say, as a taxpayer, for the taxpayer, I think this field, and I am in favor of artificial turf fields. I think this is a very unfair expense to the taxpayers, And as we know from St. Max, which is to me a fantastic turf, well used, that the expenses far outweigh the income. So this will be an ongoing expense to the taxpayers. And I would have liked to have made it red. I don't think anyone would have agreed with me, but I missed that opportunity then. So thank you for letting me speak now.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Counselor Weiss, Counselor Gilliland. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone. Council.